So if it's not, we can still fund it, yes, under these guidelines. This woman who submitted this editorial to the Lincoln Journal-Star, Jennifer Sewing, said, Nebraska politicians who want to outlaw abortion are going beyond pushing abortion bans, such as the 12-week ban passed last legislative session. They're trying to restrict, control, and manipulate the information provided to pregnant Nebraskans to achieve a narrow, unpopular agenda that doesn't align with the values of the people they're elected to serve. This agenda is putting Nebraskans at risk. Senator Albright said this herself on her last time on the mic. They say this themselves in this RFA. The goal is promoting childbirth, parenting, and alternatives to the termination of pregnancy. This is not the standard of care. However you feel about abortion, I could tell you my personal feelings. It doesn't matter to the facts of this bill. My personal feelings is that I wish that people did not experience unwanted pregnancies. I think there's a lot more that we need to be doing in society to make sure that that's not happening to people. And I want everybody to have a good birth outcome, whatever that is. But there are many reasons beyond just not wanting to be pregnant that people need abortion care. And if there's somebody who's facing a fetal abnormality or a fatal diagnosis, and they're going to a crisis pregnancy center, under the RFA, under what Senator Albright said herself, that's not the adequate care that they're going to receive, even if the fetus is wanted, even if the pregnancy is wanted, even if the patient wants to go to a crisis pregnancy center. They do not all have good outcomes from these places. And I'll continue on my next time on the mic with this letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wanted to continue, because I didn't have an opportunity on general file, to raise some concerns about certain components of LB 937. I think it's pretty well established that there's a wide divergence in terms of approach to policy in regards to the tax credit component for the crisis pregnancy centers. I know Senator Albright has fought diligently and sincerely to advance her viewpoint to help ensure more healthy moms and more healthy babies, and has been very candid in her legislative efforts to end abortion in Nebraska. And I think that this is aligned with some of her policy priorities that she's been very clear about. So I want to just maybe talk through a couple of related issues for the crisis pregnancy center tax credit component that has been pared down considerably here, but that raises a lot of really important issues. And I'm always looking for an angle on free expression and free speech. You know, that's something that's always top of mind for me in my approach to policy making. And I wanted to kind of lift this up as an example about how issues related to professional speech and free expression really come to bear on some of these questions surrounding crisis pregnancy centers. So there was a long-running case, and it ended up being decided by the U.S. Supreme Court back in 2018. It's National Institutes of Family Life Advocates versus Becerra, and essentially what it looked at was kind of a Truth in Advertising Act that California had passed, mandating disclosures for these crisis pregnancy centers really on two threads. One thread said, the California law said, if you're at a crisis pregnancy center, you have to provide information to people who come in the door about all options of dealing with pregnancy and all different aspects of state services. And then there was another component that required mandated disclosures as to whether or not the facility itself was a medical facility, a licensed medical facility. And the faith-based organizations that run these crisis pregnancy centers actually challenged this Truth in Advertising law through the lower courts and then all the way up to the Supreme Court, where essentially the Supreme Court found in a closely divided decision, 5-4, that these state mandated disclosures around other options for pregnant Californians to perhaps pursue if they see fit, and or just whether or not it was a licensed medical facility, raised free speech issues, raised free speech violations. So I think that it's long been a part of the public discussion to understand what the staffing level at these faith-based organizations might be, so that all people who are seeking services either for free ultrasounds or free pregnancy tests or other pregnancy support services that they lift up, we just want to make sure that there's some sort of clarity as to whether or not there are licensed medical professionals providing those medically related services. Of course, you don't need to be a medical professional to pass out, thank you, Mr. President, baby clothes or diapers or connect people in a support group, things like that. But when it comes to particularly the ultrasounds and otherwise, there does need, I think, to be a clear understanding about whether or not we're meeting medical standards there. So if you go back many years, and I don't know if I'll have a chance to finish, so I'll hit it again. There was an attempt during my last time in the legislature to increase all kinds of state mandated requirements when it came to quote unquote informed consent around pregnancy care. And I think it was then Senator Tony Fulton, as part of some of his legislative agenda, brought forward requirements that HHS post where people could get free or reduced cost ultrasounds and otherwise, and then also had components mandating that women watch ultrasounds. And
That's your time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to jump into the queue since we are having a discussion here about the issues that several of us have with contributing more funds to these crisis pregnancy centers. I will tell you, first of all, I remember being a teenager and I remember having friends who were in a panic and needing a pregnancy test. And unknowingly, I remember one time specifically going to one of these locations with a friend of mine, having no idea that what they were doing there was not actually providing the pregnancy test to allow you to understand whether or not you were pregnant and then your variety of all options. They would give you a pregnancy test and then take you into a back room where they would hand you these pamphlets with these awful, grotesque pictures of deformed fetuses. And at the time, being a teenager, I had no idea what was going on. My friends had no idea what was going on. And those are the types of facilities that we're literally saying we need to give taxpayer money to these facilities. Oh, but we can't provide any other funding for these other facilities that actually provide the standard of care when it comes to medical care. I had a legislative resolution, an interim study this past year about maternal care deserts. Over 50% of the counties in the state of Nebraska are considered maternal care deserts. That means that within those counties, there is little to no access to maternity care. We have horror stories about women having to pull over on the side of the road and deliver, having the marked on the birth certificate, mile marker 147 is the place of birth for their child. Because maternity care and labor and delivery units are essentially shutting down in the state of Nebraska, and we're doing nothing about it. The cost of running a labor and delivery unit is so high, partially because of the malpractice insurance and other options and provider reimbursement rates, which hopefully we can start to address with Senator Jacobson's 1087 this year. But in a typical average regular run-of-the-mill vaginal birth, I believe it costs the hospital somewhere in the area of about $9,000, $10,000. When we did our interim study, we found out that the hospitals were being reimbursed somewhere around $3,000 to $4,000. They were essentially losing $5,000, $6,000 every single time a woman came in and had a regular run-of-the-mill birth. That we're not even talking about C-sections or complications for the mother or the baby. If we genuinely care about healthy outcomes for mom and babies, we would be working on addressing the real issues we have with care for women and babies, which is the fact that 50% of the counties in the state are maternal care deserts. I say this stuff all the time when we get up on the floor. We have these bills that are solutions to try to provide certain types of care. You know, we have 1402, like we talked about last night, that's going to help low-income students. But when we actually start talking about the root causes for why we have issues with these things in the first place, people don't care about it. If we are not getting access to health care to moms and babies, and we are forcing them to drive hours to get to a simple doctor's appointment and leaving them at risk of losing their lives, we are not doing any good by adding $2 million to crisis pregnancy centers in Omaha and Lincoln, where girls and women are pulled into a back room and handed grotesque pamphlets. We're not helping. We're exacerbating the problem. You know what else exacerbates the problem with maternal care deserts? Abortion bans. It gets exponentially more expensive to run a labor and delivery unit every single time we pass a piece of legislation that makes it more difficult for doctors to do their jobs. This is not a solution. It exacerbates the problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time on the bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm thinking seriously, I would give actually almost anything for one biennium of evidence-based, going after the causes of the problems legislation. We have too many unplanned pregnancies. Okay, what if we try comprehensive sex education? What if we try it? What if we look at the evidence and we go, you know, yes, the evidence is there and everybody knows it's there and we're just going to try it. What if instead of funding Catholic schools to get reading levels up in Nebraska, we funded public schools that serve every child? What if we tried that? What if instead of funding, you know, churches that basically take girls into back rooms and show them grotesque pamphlets and pat them on the back and say, it's okay, sweetie, we're going to make you have the baby. We just made sure that people had access to quality health care and that there was a clinic in their community where they could go and get non-judgmental, research-based, evidence-based health care. When did Republicans stop listening to like the American Medical Association? When did it stop where UNMC experts would come out in the rotunda and say, look, guys, I went to school for quite a while for this. I am highly credentialed. I am trusted by my community. I am, you know, a leader in my industry. And this bill is a bad idea. And all these lawmakers in here who are business owners, farmers, bankers, no doctors among us, I'll say that. How come we can't listen to that and say, okay, you're the expert, you would know. There used to be a time when it would be like that. And I'm like that. And then people on Twitter go and call me a radical for it. I hear what you all call me behind my back. Senator C-word, this and that. You said it. So what this letter goes on to say is the recent amendment to LB 937, this bill, would prop up anti-abortion centers by allocating up to $2 million in tax credits for those who donate to crisis pregnancy centers. This would send our state down a terrifying path. I should know I have experienced the deception of these anti-abortion centers, same as Senator Jen Day has said. She continues, about 4 years ago, I went to a well-known local anti-abortion center for an ultrasound. I knew I was pregnant and I wanted to know how far along I was. Already a mother of 2, I knew I wanted an abortion. One of my sons is autistic. I had to quit my job to get him the care he needed. I had just gotten myself to a somewhat stable place and needed to think about what was best for the children I already have here. That's what led me to the decision to have an abortion. It wasn't fair or logical for me to have another child. I'll pause here and editorialize. It doesn't matter what this writer's outcome would have been for her pregnancy. It doesn't matter for the story if she wanted to terminate her pregnancy or if she wanted to continue her pregnancy. The outcome of the misinformation of these centers is the same. I went to the anti-abortion center during my previous pregnancies for ultrasounds. Everyone in the Omaha area knows about them because of their free ultrasounds. It wasn't until my latest pregnancy that I learned these centers don't provide actual medical care. They had multiple exam rooms in their so-called clinic area, which was only reachable through a nursery. Their consultation rooms were filled with anti-abortion pamphlets. Once I told them I wanted an abortion, they immediately began to try to talk me out of it.
1 minute.
I'll take a little time to finish this article if someone wants to throw some to me. Wearing white coats, they insisted that an abortion could cause serious complications, including infertility. They told me there would be no turning back. I had the ultrasound. Draped in a medical gown with my feet in stirrups, I was told that I was a full month later in pregnancy than I actually was, which meant I couldn't have an abortion because I didn't meet the cutoff under Nebraska law. I was devastated. She was lied to. They frickin' lied to her at this place. Soon after, I went to the emergency room and found out that the information the anti-abortion center had given me was completely false. Abortion is very safe, and I was not as far along in my pregnancy as I had been told. I drove to Bellevue to access my abortion just a week before the state's cutoff. In the end, I was able to control my bodily autonomy, etc. There have been numerous investigations around the country into these crisis
That's your
pregnancy
time.
centers, including in Omaha. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close on the bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to pull the bracket motion and my other motions and any pending amendments that I have filed on LB 3937. Thank you, Mr. President.
Without objection, the motions are withdrawn and so ordered for any amendments.
I'm still going to name them. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, the understanding is that MO 1257, 1256, 1260 were all withdrawn. Mr. President, as it concerns Legislative Bill 937, Senator Wayne would move to amend with AM 3287.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Bostar would move to amend with AM 3420.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to continue on AM 3420, the opening.
Thank you again, Mr. President. This amendment is pretty straightforward. As we talked about on general file, we said that we would, along with all of the other revenue packages, some of which we've already heard, some of which are still yet to come, get them all in shape so that they can fit within the fiscal landscape that is currently available to us. My understanding is the Senator Linehan, the chair of revenue, worked with at least some members of the appropriations committee as well as other stakeholders and interested parties to make sure that we were staying within our guardrails. And so that's what this amendment is. It puts caps on things. It delays the start of certain provisions. It slims provisions down, and it makes some minor adjustments to the Short Line Rail Modernization Act, which, because it was being reduced, the total cap was being lowered. The interested parties for those provisions wanted to also sort of slim down the individual credits within the bill underneath the cap. So this is pretty straightforward. Everyone should have received a breakdown of the bills and their caps distributed by Senator Von Gilleren. And so with that, I would encourage your support of AM 3420 and LB 937. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and appreciate the opportunity to weigh in again. I wanted to continue the dialogue in relation to a couple of key components about this measure and follow up specifically on some information in relation to how crisis pregnancy centers operate in Nebraska. So there was an effort that my friend Senator Fulton brought forward when we served together in the last go around to update and make more muscular government mandated speeches in regards to under the guise of informed consent for information that was provided to women seeking abortion care in Nebraska, and mandated things like forced viewing of ultrasounds and otherwise. As part of some of those efforts, there was also an effort to require HHS to put out a list of organizations, including crisis pregnancy centers and otherwise, that provide free or low cost or no cost ultrasounds. So if you look at the relevant sections of Nebraska Revised Statute 28-327.01, Sub 1, you can learn more about how some of these informed consent materials and lists work in Nebraska. And you can see that in subsection C, there's actually, for the list of healthcare providers, facilities, and clinics that offer to have ultrasounds performed by a person, they need to be at least as qualified as a registered nurse licensed under the Uniform Credentialing Act, including and specifying that those who offer to perform such ultrasounds free of charge, then they require that the list be arranged geographically and include name, address, hours of operation, telephone numbers, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some thinking during that prior debate about the danger of non-healthcare professionals providing medical information or feedback to patients who came in to receive ultrasound care, because of course that posed health risks to Nebraskans. If there was, for example, an undiagnosed ectopic pregnancy or otherwise that needed specific medical expertise to protect women's health in particular. And of course, there is a great deal of urgency around estimating gestation and to whether or not women will still have access to abortion care dependent upon where they are at that point in their pregnancy. And those conversations can come up in regards to ultrasounds at medical providers and also at crisis pregnancy centers. So making sure that there's accurate information so that women are empowered to make the best decision for them and their family, I think is important. And that licensure component is there, at least in some regard, based on those discussions. I do want to thank Senator Day for her leadership on addressing maternal health deserts. I want to thank Senator Bozen and Dungin for bringing forward actually common sense, consensus-driven policy efforts to expand prenatal care and services to more Nebraska women this year. I think those policy approaches, which are less divisive and have stronger evidence-based results behind them. Thank you, Mr. President. Help us to achieve our goal of healthy moms and healthy babies. And it just, it doesn't make any sense to me why we need to have a special tax treatment for crisis pregnancy centers, recognizing how divisive they are, and also recognizing that donors already receive a tax benefit when they donate to 501c3s, as we're all very familiar with as we support charities of our choice in our communities or beyond, sometimes for an altruistic purpose, sometimes for a tax benefit, or sometimes both. But I think that's just another issue that I wanted to lift up. I don't know if I'll have time to finish at this time on the mic, but I wanted to lift up two additional pieces in regards to this tax credit package and the overall price tag as well.
That's your time, and you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think, and I understand some of these components have been pared back, so it might be a bit challenging to get an updated fiscal note. I think that there was at least a good faith cost estimate distributed by the Revenue Committee, which I'm appreciative of. I think, if I'm reading their handout correctly, that this, as amended, this bill would have about a $6.5 million price tag on it. Would cost the state, would cost the bottom line about $6.5 million or so. And I just want to talk about that a little bit. So there are a host of worthy policy goals within 937, helping certain aspects of the ag economy, helping caregivers. There's, I think, some very exciting ideas herein, but it's also so constrained, doing something to help food banks, et cetera. The limitations here are capped at $500,000 or $1 million. So my question is, with that level of investment, what is the expected return? How many additional donors are we going to see to those efforts? What does that mean for the caregivers or the charities on the front line on the other side of these tax credits? My question is, and every little bit helps. I understand that when you are struggling to make ends meet and make things work when you're providing caregiving duties or otherwise, but these are such modest tax credits that I'm wondering if they're more than window dressing. Do they really honestly advance the policy goal that we're hoping to? Are they rich enough to impact enough Nebraskans? And perhaps they're meant to be pilots. Perhaps they're meant to start and then grow into the future, which of course can happen. But I'm just trying to understand why exactly they're at this level, if that level is still commensurate to meet the stated policy goals for the tax credits, and then again, just how that fits into the bottom line. I had some similar concerns with the $15 million kind of capped program for childcare that emanated from the Revenue Committee last year. Every single dollar to help families access childcare is a dollar well invested, knowing what we know about families' needs and our workforce challenges. But again, that $15 million investment is such a small step forward. You know, we have estimates from my community right here in Lincoln that show that there's a child care gap of, I think, about or over $15 million for working families in one community in 1 year. So I know it looks nice on campaign flyers to send out, oh, I did X, Y, and Z on a child tax credit, or I did X, Y, and Z on a caregiver tax credit or food bank tax credit. And it's not to say that those aren't important and those senators aren't doing the best they can to move their ideas forward. But I'm asking truly if it's advancing the policy goal. And if in fact there might be better, more proven, comprehensive ways to achieve a lot of these goals. When you lift up a child tax credit, for example, that helps all working families or working families that are most in need, you don't have to have a separate program for childcare. You don't have to have a separate program for crisis pregnancy centers. You don't have to have a separate program for private school scholarships. It's actually elegant by design, and it empowers the individual family, thank you, Mr. President, to invest those dollars as they see fit to expand, grow, or start a family and to take care of their family's needs for diapers, for childcare, for private school tuition, what have you. And that policy also widely popular in the public and doesn't lift the same sort of political, legal, and policy concerns that these other controversial measures do. So we know that child tax credits were one of the most effective anti-poverty tools we had available during the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic. That's why they've enjoyed broad support, hopefully for continuing on the federal level, including with support from the Nebraska federal delegation. And I thank Senator, Speaker, and now Congressman Mike Flood for supporting those measures. These are proven, smart, bipartisan efforts. Did you say time, Mr. President?
Yeah, yes, that was time.
Okay,
You're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are proven, strong, bipartisan efforts that achieve a lot of policy goals that we're kind of dancing around with in this patchwork approach to our tax policy. If we want to keep moms and dads and babies healthy, if we want to keep parents in the workforce, if we want to ensure that families have extra resources to pursue educational options of their choice, they can do that through a child tax credit. And we can eliminate some of these other special programs that are divisive and that I doubt are actually meeting the goal that we hope they will with this tax policy. So I would urge us to reconsider this patchwork approach that's kind of scattershot against a lot of different issues and figure out how we can do something that's proven to reduce child poverty, help ease the pressure on a family's bottom line, that empowers individual parents to use that money as they see fit. If they don't want to send their kid to daycare, they can use that to help offset expenses for one parent staying at home. If they do need to access daycare, it's there for them. If they have uncovered medical costs, if they're planning to expand their family, if they want to access private school tuition, we can do something together that's smart policy that brings together shared policy goals without the legal, policy, and political entanglements that come with funding a crisis pregnancy center or pushing forward 388 or 1402. We're closer than we allow ourselves to see sometimes, colleagues. And I'm asking that perhaps rather than rushing forward, that we take a step back and we reevaluate where we are today. If that means making adjustments to our schedule to do so, so be it. but there's no reason to plunge forward without a clear assessment of what the plan is, the vision for our state, and how we get there, how we pay for it, by kind of continuing to piecemeal together these various and sundry, and perhaps some good ideas and worthy ideas that are coming forward on day 58 of a 60-day session. I know some of these we've seen before, of course, on general file, but they're going through dramatic rewrites on select file, and the process is giving us an opportunity to ask questions. The process is giving us an opportunity to take a step back and to ask these broader questions. And I think that they're deserving of an answer at the very least. And if the answer is we couldn't do it politically, if the answer is they weren't our ideas, we don't like them, if the answer is whatever the answer is, we ran out of time, let me know what the answer is. And then we can kind of move forward with there as we chart our interim work together and prepare for next session. But I don't understand why we're not looking at other consensus measures like earned income tax credit, like the child tax credit, that helps more families, that is targeted, that is sustainable, that is equitable, and that advances our shared goals across these many, many issues, and that Nebraskans are crying out for. I really think that we need to take a step back and be smarter and perhaps bolder, thank you, Mr. President, in our approach to our tax policy, rather than rushing forward with a little bit here, a little bit there. We're not sure if that's going to meet the policy goal. We're not sure how that impacts the bottom line. And I just feel like it's half-baked and short-sighted, and we can do better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Bostar, you're recognized to close on AM 3420.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for the discussion. AM 3420 aligns the package with the current fiscal realities. I'd encourage your vote in favor of AM 3420 and LB 937. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3420. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3420 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Wayne would offer AM 3287.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Question. I'm just getting really good at saying that. I will withdraw this due to the speaker rule about adding bills this late, and this was my cigar tax bill, so I respect the speaker's rules on this matter and withdraw this matter.
So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 937 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. LB 937 is advanced for ENR engrossing. Items for the record, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, communication from the governor. Gross legislative bills 130 and 130A were received in my office on April 5th, 2024 and signed on April 10th, 2024. These bills were delivered to the Secretary of State on April 10th, 2024. Signed sincerely, Jim Pilling, Governor. Additionally, gubernatorial committee report concerning gubernatorial appointments from the Agriculture Committee to the Nebraska Brand Committee. New LR from Senator McDonald, LR 480. That will be laid over. Senator John Kavanaugh, 481. 482, 483, and 484, all to be laid over. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, turning to the agenda, Legislative Bill 388. Select file. First of all, Senator, I have E&R amendments.
Senator Ballard, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 388 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion to adopt the E&R amendment. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, say nay. They are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, priority motion. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to bracket the bill.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. So LB 388 is the tax package. We had a robust debate on general file, moved it to select without adopting any amendments. So it is still in its original iteration. There has been a great deal of conversation happening off the mic and off the floor amongst numerous parties. And it has finally been resolved to a point where I do not support this package, but it has been, things have been taken out of it that I have decided that I will not filibuster this package. And so in the spirit of moving things forward, my intention is to withdraw my motions that I have filed, and then we will be coming to my floor amendment that I will be changing with Senator Linehan. So with that, I would like to withdraw this motion and my other two motions and move to the floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, I have MO 555, 554, and 553, all with notes that you wish to withdraw.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, I have FA 327 with a note that you would withdraw and substitute for AM 3468.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on AM 3468.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. I appreciate this. So there have been people working, I don't know that they worked all through the night, but they worked until 10 or 11 o'clock and since early this morning. So there are changes. I'm going to go, there's been several iterations, so I'm going to go through what I believe to be what the agreements have been. There's no longer, in 388, there's no longer any sales tax increase. So it was 1 cent, and then we talked about cutting that. Now there is no sales tax increase. It does increase cigarettes taxes to $1, which is what we were previously. It does include lottery, sales taxes on lottery. It has vaping tax. It goes back to, it's not 20% on games and skills. It goes back to Senator Blow's 5%. I believe this is in there. If it's not, there's an amendment to do so. The plan is to drop cannabis from 100% to 25%. I'm looking at staff to look at me. Yes, it's in the amendment. It removes the candy and soda sales tax exemption. It removes storage facilities exemption. It removes vet services exemptions. In addition to the amendment, this amendment, 3468, strikes sections 9 through 13, and it replaces it with the original language from LB 1354. It's advertising bill from Senator Albright. Strikes section 39 of AM 3419, page 51, and sections 32, subsection 6. Here it is. It lowers the rate from 100% to 25% on hemp products. It replaces language from LB 1107 to ensure that the front-loaded tax credits only apply to property tax levied, not bonds. School districts means property tax levied on real property in the state by a school district or multiple school system, excluding any property taxes levied for bonded indebtedness. And that was never in the 1107 credit because people vote for bonds. And property tax levied as a result of override of limits. Again, if it's a vote of the people, then they have decided. And this is the addition which I'm hoping several of us has been trying to run around the floor and make sure everybody knows. it increases the earned income tax credits by 5%. So that's what the amendment does. I think the agreement is Senator John Kavanaugh available.
Senator John Kavanaugh, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh, I know you've been working on this all day and appreciate the help and I appreciate your efforts. Am I right here? My understanding is if we include the earned income tax credit, which is an increase from 10 to 15%, right?
Yes, 10 to 15% of the federal EITC.
So, and that have a pretty good estimate of what that would cost, right?
My understanding is it's about $14 to $15 million.
Okay. And to do this, part of the plan here is we're going to work through this in regular order, not stalling, and try to get through the agenda. So we're not here till midnight tonight.
That would be my hope.
Okay. So we will be here and we should debate and ask questions, but hopefully it's all actually on the subject matter in this bill and in this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I do not support the bill, but I am on board with why we are not filibustering. I'd ask that Senator John Kavanaugh yield to some questions.
Senator John Kavanaugh, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh, since you were our great negotiator, can you address a little bit about the caps that Sarpy County is still really worried about? I want to give you an example. So, you know, in Bellevue, our union contracts have 4% and 5% raises in them for the next 3 years. And you figure that our community is running on 7% inflation. So our cops right now are making $20,000 less than what Omaha pays. So you can see why that would be an issue since they're our neighbor. So it's clear that we need more people, industry, and jobs in Nebraska, but we only have 1.9 million people. So transferring taxes around really doesn't help any of this. And then to do the caps. And then I don't see any COLAs either. Was that part of the removing any of these caps or making sure that we have COLAs available for our political subdivisions? Was that part of the negotiations?
I didn't have any relationship to negotiating the local levy caps. I know that the League of Municipalities and NACO had conversations about those. I have talked to a few people about the concerns, particularly as the caps pertain to Douglas and Sarpy County. But there's no change in this bill from the previous version as it pertains to those local caps.
So do you, and we're just going to talk about on the mic for a little bit, do you understand why that might be a problem for Sarpy and Omaha?
And to be clear, I still don't support it. I'm not supportive of the bill. I'm supportive of adding the earned income tax credit to this bill. And I think that is a step in the right direction. But I'm not necessarily in favor of caps. I've been opposed to caps in the past, and I'm not in favor of some of the tax increases that are in this bill.
And I'm certainly not trying to put you on the defense and saying that you did anything wrong, just to kind of put that out there. I'm just really trying to have a dialogue on this so we have it on record. To give Senator Linehan a break. So Omaha, would you say that Omaha and Sarpy County are pretty fast-growing communities? Senator
Is that a
Kavanaugh?
question?
Yeah.
I do believe they are pretty fast growing, yeah.
And so when you have a fast-growing community, when it comes to public services, that's paramount, right? Because as your community grows, public services have to grow, police, fire, garbage, street cleaning. That's just how nature works, right? It's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, more folks to serve, more services needed.
So when you cap something, who ultimately usually are the people that get screwed?
Well, I think that a cap means that it is harder to actually provide the necessary services.
So that would be our taxpayers.
Right, yes.
The residents of Nebraska.
The residents of that community, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Sorry
Sure.
to put you on the mic. Just
No,
wanted to
you're
have a dialogue on record. I am thrilled that there's been some negotiations going on, and I'm really puzzled why the League and NACO
are okay with this. So I don't know what's been going on because neither of those individuals have spoken with me on this bill. And they all know they can text me at any time. But for the senators from Sarpy not being concerned about the caps, I would be very concerned about that. So I'm hoping other senators have something to say on this as well. But if you want our communities to thrive and grow, sometimes we have to take a step back and let them do what they need to do. Our property tax issues don't have to do with what local government's doing. It has to do with all the unfunded, underfunded mandates you continue to pass down to them, and the things that you call guardrails, which really are ways that you preclude them from doing their jobs that they were elected to do by the people in their communities. Hello, Senator Slama, in their communities. I am still against this bill. I think it's unfortunate we're not going to filibuster because I think we have some good dialogues and maybe make it even better, but I think I'm going to wait and watch and see what happens. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Senator John Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Slama would move to amend AM 3468 with FA 444.
Senator Slama, you are welcome to open on your amendment.
Hi, everyone. You might be wondering why we're all here today. I am too. So I introduced FA 444 as an amendment to the new white copy amendment that represents whatever grand compromise was reached without my involvement. And this is to have an up-down vote on the unconstitutional digital advertising part of this bill, so sections 9 through 13. And the digital ad tax has been constitutionally suspect from the start. And I would guess that if you asked a decent number of people on the floor who have actually done work on this bill, they would agree. But here's why we're doing an up-down vote on this. Sorry, Senator Jacobson's talking about wondering what I'm doing, and I'm actually trying to establish that for myself. But for right now, I just want an up-down vote on this digital ad tax because the only other state to take this approach is Maryland. And for anybody who doesn't know, I've tried to bring this up several times. Maryland's digital ad tax is stuck in federal courts. And right now they're being forced to repay the revenue that they've collected from this tax, including interest. Nebraska is unique in that we have a balanced budget requirement. So as soon as an injunction is filed against the enforcement of this tax, we will be back in a special session. As I understand it, no matter what, we're going to be back in a special session, evidently to raise even more taxes beyond what we've agreed to here. But I was wondering, and I'm not doing any kind of gotchas here, I was wondering if Senator Albright might yield to a question or two.
Senator Albright, will you yield?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Can you walk me through, and I'm striking the part of this compromise that is your bill. Can you walk me through what your thinking was in bringing it, who this bill is intended to target in terms of taxes? Just kind of walk me through your thinking here.
Well, thank you for the question. I did have the PRO was looking this bill over before they gave it to the Revenue Department or Revenue Committee to decide what to do with it. So right away, when I read it, I immediately asked about the Maryland, lawsuit that they have going on. And I also asked Attorney General Hilgers for give me an opinion of this, the way it's written. Are we going to have any issues? So what I will tell you is the amendment that was taken out and the way it was originally written is the way it will be voted in today. because Senator Bostar is also working this with me, and I don't know if he's on the floor, but he happened to be working with the broadcasters when we were putting all of this together. And yes, they in fact did ask for section 9 through 13 to be taken out. But when you take a certain group of people out of it, that's when it becomes unconstitutional. So Maryland's bill isn't the same as ours, and taking broadcasters out of sections 9 through 13 would violate Nebraska's constitution. So that would not work for us on this bill, so it has to go back to its original form.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. So would you say that as the introducer, what kind of constitutional, and this is the last question I'm going to ask you, I'm not going to do any gotchas, but like do you have concerns about the bill's constitutionality as it's written now?
That's why I asked for an opinion. I'm not an attorney, but when the AG's office ran me down and said, you cannot do this because that does disturb the constitutionality of it all, that's when I say, okay, then we have to go back to the original, and that's where we're at right now.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for being really gracious. I appreciate it. And again, I'm not going after Senator Albright here or anybody on this digital advertising tax. I just want an up-down vote on a part of this bill that I think is very constitutionally suspect. And I'm going to walk you through my reasonings and my thinking there. So we have in this digital advertising tax, a discriminatory tax on the internet that's actually barred by federal law. So the Federal Internet Tax Freedom Act, ITFA, prohibits states from imposing discriminatory taxes on electronic commerce. A tax is a, quote, discriminatory tax if it targets the internet. While the proposed tax purports to apply to all advertising services, the $1 billion threshold effectively targets digital and internet advertisers while excluding the offline advertisers, exposing LB 388 to the same legal infirmity of the Maryland ad tax. In addition, the bill further targets the internet by excluding news media and effectively exempts print media, such as newspapers and magazines, and large swaths of broadcast media, such as news and sports channels. Thus, the tax imposed by the bill would still discriminate against electronic commerce by taxing only internet advertising and not taxing similar offline advertising service providers. Such discrimination is barred by the ITFA and will suffer the same fate as the Maryland tax. And let me walk you through where Maryland's at right now. So Maryland passed a similar digital ad tax a couple of years ago. In almost 3 years since this has been passed, Maryland's been tied up in litigation almost immediately. They have about 20 lawsuits going right now, and they're all seeking refunds and taxes in excess of $100 million. And plus, on top of that $100 million, they're being left to pay back interest on that, a 5% interest as well. We already have one ruling back from the courts in Maryland saying that their ad tax is legal. I'd anticipate similar conclusions happening as this bill goes up through the federal courts. But no matter what, we are going to be stuck in instantaneous litigation if this part of the bill is kept in. And even if there's not immediately a ruling, like we are looking at probably months, if not years-long litigation on this front. We're looking at an injunction probably being filed against the collection of these taxes, which means that we're in violation of our balanced budget requirement. And as soon as that happens, we are going to be back here. And I know special session is the flavor of the day, and we're probably going to be in a special session anyways for an additional tax package on top of this. But as soon as the courts bar us from collecting those taxes, our budget's out of balance and we are right back here. And I would worry that the whole of LB 388 would be at risk because of sections 9 through 13. So that's why I'm asking, please vote green on removing the digital ad tax. I know removing the digital ad tax messes with the numbers of how this bill will work, but at the end of the day, I don't think we're actually going to get to collect and keep a dollar of that revenue without it being tied up in litigation. So please vote green on FA 444, and I look forward to having a debate on at least this part of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin, I want to share a little information about last evening. We had to wait a couple hours for the bill drafters to finish their work. And I was up front, and Brandon put a little stool there for me to stand on so I could see over the podium. And I happened to press the mic light and said a few things on the mic, and it was live. And some of you out there back home heard it. And so I just want to tell you, I was just practicing for my valedictorian speech next Thursday. So that's what I was doing. So tune in next Thursday. It could be interesting. So let's talk about 388. All right. This morning I received a document from the governor's office that had an example for every legislative district with a property in your district showing what the relief or supposed relief was going to be with 388. So I did the math and I showed it to those people who sent that to me. And I said, it looks to me like that I will pay $93 more on this parcel under this proposal as it will under the current system. They disagreed with my math, didn't surprise me. And so I said, you go do the math and you come back and show me where I was wrong. And I said the following, I said, now remember, figures don't lie, but liars figure. And they laughed. So they returned and they said that I used an incorrect number for the funding that goes to the school. And so I said, which number should I use? And they told me the number I should use. So I did that. And then I said, let's compare notes. What do you have? And he said, I have a reduction of $107. I said, I have a reduction of $107. We were correct. We were both the same. So what does that mean? That means it's a 2%, now get this, 2% decrease in the property tax on this parcel, 2%. So we are arguing, we are debating, we are working tirelessly to get 2%. This solves absolutely squat, okay? The only advantage, there's only one advantage to 388, one. And that is they're going to front load the discount or income tax credit you're getting on your property tax of 30%. They're going to front load that so you don't have to file an income tax form to get it. That is the only advantage to 388. Now, the good news is that I was told that I needed to vote for 388 because it'll help Epic. And I said, how is that possible? And they said, because it does so little. It is so insignificant of a decrease that people will want a solution that's the real solution, they'll come over to Epic. And when he told me that, I thought, that doesn't make sense. And the longer I thought about it and began to analyze what this is going to do for us, I said, he's right. He's exactly right. So the real solution, and I've asked these people that are in favor of this question. So if Epic is not the solution, what is your solution? And they talk about the three-legged stool. That has never worked, it never has, it never will. But the three-legged stool is some magical thing that people have in their mind that it's going to fix our tax system. This bill doesn't move us equal to or ahead of any of our neighboring states. It doesn't solve any of the issues we have with property tax, and it continues to put a Band-Aid on an amputation. So I may very well vote for 388, haven't decided yet, but it does absolutely squat for property tax relief. And so if you're listening and you think you're going to get some kind of relief out of this, the only relief you're going to get is you don't have to file an income tax to get your 30%. That's the only relief you're going to get. That's 388. So let the cards fall where they may. We'll see what happens. I don't know if they have the votes or not, but they've gotten some people with that 5% credit or tax credit. So we'll see what happens going forward. But right now, I don't think it's worth the fight for 2%. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to thank my friend Senator Slama for filing this floor amendment. I think it is a clear way for us to kind of see where the body is in regards to one of the perhaps most controversial aspects of this legislation as we are trying to figure out a way to pay for additional property tax relief. There are a host of revenue generators, tax increases listed on the governor's memo and that we've been talking about from the Revenue Committee's perspective. I do share my friend Senator Slama's concerns about the legal issues inherent in the ad tax that is before us. I've had a chance to review the litigation in other states and analysis and commentary about that from smart legal and policy minds actually across the political spectrum that are concerned about that approach from a First Amendment perspective, and also looking at things like equal protection and due process and interstate commerce and federal law regarding the treatment of online activity. So it's a pretty complex area. It's an area of jurisprudence that there's not a deep well to draw upon in terms of case law, but it's fair to say that there's a bunch of concerns. The one clear case we have moving forward should be a cautionary tale. And I know how we have deep relationships with fellow policymakers and fellow elected officials, and that can help to generate candid conversations. But with all due respect to the Revenue Committee and Senator Albright and my friend Attorney General Hilgers, knowing that there are a significant amount of legal issues and concerns about how the advertising sales tax has been put forward, how it impacts across state lines, how it impacts large and small businesses, what the carve-outs are for certain business activities, really trying to get a better understanding of the disparate treatment between different types of advertising, more traditional or physical versus online. All of those analyses need to be informed in the public view. They need to happen in a transparent manner. That's why we frequently see Attorney General's opinions actually identified and listed in the journal and actually posted in legislation. So looking at this, it doesn't seem like any formal Attorney General's opinion has been sought in relation to this. Of course, the Attorney General is free to give informal advice to policymakers and anybody as he sees fit, but just knowing what the complexities are, I think that would be important. So if this is going to spark litigation in the future, and talking to some of the companies that are concerned about this, they are exploring that. I think that we need to have a clear record about those issues, and I don't think that we have it yet. So I'm glad that Senator Slama has lifted some of these things into the record. I also think that her amendment lifts up a lot of other really important ideas, and I actually share some of her concerns. Thank you, Mr. President, about these issues, but I don't know if I'll get to it all in 1 minute here. But one of the key components that I've heard from members is that we have to keep the ad tax in because it's one of the biggest revenue generators that's going to help us cover the cost of this additional property tax relief. But we recognize it has problems. Friends, if that's what we're anchoring our tax relief proposal on, but we recognize it has problems, that's illusory at best. That is poor policy making. That's why when we make major changes to our tax system, to our revenue structure, it needs to be equitable, sustainable, and affordable. It can't be based on a moonshot or a thumbs up in the hallway. It needs to be thoughtful. And I know that there's policy making's never precise or perfect. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those of you who were not in the opening when we talked about this particular bill, I'm saying, excuse me, the FA 444 is an unfriendly amendment. Senator Bostar is in the room. He will help everybody understand what's going on, but I want you to hear what this is all about so that Nebraskans out there also understand what we have here. So the purpose of what my bill is called 1354 is to adopt the Advertising Services Tax Act. This bill will create a tax on the gross income or revenue from advertising services and define several terms used in Chapter 77, Article 27. The tax is imposed on a person that is subject to the Internal Revenue Code or a group of persons subject to the Internal Revenue Code that are part of the same unitary group or otherwise be members of the same unitary group if incorporated that are doing business in Nebraska, and those combined gross advertising revenue that exceed $1 billion. Advertising revenue does not include web hosting services. News media entities, as defined within the Act, are excluded from the program. So Section 2, subsection 2 of the bill, advertising services means all services, including digital advertising services directly related to the creation, preparation, production, dissemination of advertisements. This is not limited to digital advertisements, but does specifically include the following: digital advertising services, online referrals, search engine marketing and lead generation optimization, web campaign planning, and the acquisition of advertising space in the internet media, and the monitoring and evaluation of website traffic for purposes of determining the effectiveness of an advertising campaign. In Section 2, subsection 6, gross advertising revenue means income or revenue from advertising services sourced to the United States using the sourcing rules described in Section 2, subdivision 3 of the section before any expenses or taxes computed according to generally accepted accounting principles. Section 3, subsection 2, the tax rate is 7.5% of a person's assessable base and reporting period, defined as a calendar year on which a report is based, on businesses with gross advertising revenues exceeding $1 billion. The accessible base is defined as a portion of the gross advertising revenue that is derived from sales to customers where services are delivered within Nebraska according to the IP addresses of the address where the advertising is being viewed, or if IP address location is unavailable, the use of another reasonable method of source of advertising revenue to Nebraska based on the location of the viewer. If the audience is based both within and outside of Nebraska's base on these sourcing rules, the gross advertising revenue is apportioned between Nebraska and other states in proportion to the location of the viewers within Nebraska as compared to other states. Section 5, the tax commissioner may adopt and promulgate the rules and regulations determining the state from which the gross advertising revenue is derived. Once again, this bill is to adopt the Advertising Services Tax Act. This bill will create a tax on the gross income or revenue from advertising services. This tax will be imposed on a person or a group of persons that are doing business in Nebraska and whose combined gross advertising revenue exceeds $1 billion. So,
1 minute.
I would hope that we would hear from Senator Bostar so that he can help people understand why the advertisers here in Nebraska would like to be taken out, which would be sections 9 through 13 in LB 388. Now, I was just told that we were going to be putting it back in. Now, he's telling me we're going to take it back out. So we kind of need to know, but I do not stand in favor of FA 444 and having that voted on separately. It's just not needed at this time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support FA 444. This is a handshake floor amendment. It's a good idea. What I'm hearing in this debate is that we can't afford this tax relief unless we tax on the small businesses. Senator Conrad was talking really eloquently about this, and she summed up what I would like to say really eloquently, which is if all of the success of LB 388 is hanging on, if FA 444 fails, if we take out the digital advertising, which is a significant portion of the revenue that's going to come in for LB 388, then I don't think it's a good bill, because this portion of the bill is so harmful for small businesses in Nebraska. I know this personally, and I want to talk about my experience with it briefly before I talk about another entrepreneur friend of mine in Omaha's experience with it. In 2005, I was one of the earliest businesses on Etsy. I know a lot of you have used Etsy to buy homemade goods or vintage goods, and you can find all kinds of things on there that people make all over the world. And it was just a marketplace of makers when it started. And I've been a digital entrepreneur. I've run e-commerce businesses for about 20 years, starting in 2005. And I understand intimately how much the 7% tax can really, really hurt small businesses. Back then, when we were doing e-commerce, there was no Shopify, there was no Square. These are types of software that you can pay a low monthly fee for in order to have an online store. Any of you in the next 30 minutes, you could sit down on your laptop and open an online store to sell something with software like Shopify or Square. There's all kinds of things out there. When I got started, none of that existed. It was still like very, very early stages. And you had to actually hire a coder or a developer to build by hand a store for you, a storefront. And that's how eCreamery started when they were founded in my district, in District 8 in Omaha. Becky App and Abby Jordan, the women who started eCreamery, they're friends of mine and I really support them. In 2012, I published a book, and they made like a special pint to celebrate that and help promote the book that I wrote. In 2014, we opened the first brick and mortar store for the clothing store I used to run, and they did a pint to celebrate that. They do a different pint of ice cream every month to support a nonprofit in Omaha. And they're just such a cornerstone of our community. If you've ever been to Dundee in Omaha, you've probably been to eCreamery, and they are vehemently against this tax on their small business, as I am on mine. And what they said about it is, as a successful small business in Nebraska, I'm writing you to ask you not to incur additional taxes on digital advertising. Access to affordable digital advertising is the lifeline for eCreamery ice cream and hundreds of other small businesses and startup e-commerce companies in Nebraska. Increasing this expense will significantly impede upon our success or even existence in the state. Abby and I opened our business as a small mom and pop ice cream parlor in 2006. It was amazing when they opened. We were so happy because the location where they are at the corner of 50th and Underwood, it used to be a Ted and Wally's, like a really iconic ice cream shop in Nebraska as well. Everybody was so happy to see it be an ice cream store again. And they had this really unique twist, which is why it's called eCreamery, is they were selling these pints online. And they were one of the first, if not the first, ice cream company to do that. There's others now that do it, but they were one of the first for sure.
1 minute.
She says, if it were not for affordable access to digital advertising, we would have to go out of business entirely. We had to reach out to the customers outside of our neighborhood in order to thrive. That is the key to growing a small business in Nebraska. If you're just selling in your neighborhood, if you don't have an online presence today in 2024, if you don't have an online store, if you've got retail, you're not going to make it. There's a ceiling on how many customers you can reach, and these women understand that. And that's why access to affordable digital advertising is so important, especially as we increasingly move into the digital age. More things are online. People are doing all their commerce, locally or not, on their phones. And if we're taxing on that, we're really hurting our small businesses in Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon again. As I consider 388, the biggest advantage, as I mentioned earlier, was front-loading 1107. So perhaps what we should do, we should have an amendment to front-load 1107, put the caps in place on spending, and call it a day. That would make sense to me. But I'm not sure that that would be considered a friendly amendment. I guess we could try it and find out. So maybe I should draft that and see what happens. But as I said on the mic earlier, this bill and everything that we have done in the Nebraska Legislature since 1967 has not solved the issue that we have with property tax and income tax. And I have mentioned it several times about the real answer is a consumption tax. It puts the taxpayer in first place. And you in the audience out in TV land will understand that what I'm telling you is the facts. You are not going to pay less taxes. You are not going to have an opportunity to pay the taxes you can afford to pay when you have the money unless we fix this broken tax system. And Senator Slama made a comment about we're coming back for a special session. And if we do, that will give me an opportunity to introduce the consumption tax again. For you see, the goal is to get the consumption tax on the ballot to let those people that vote, that they claim are the second house, have an opportunity to be considered that by their vote. And so when we have a special session, we could vote the two constitutional amendments that I have been circulating a petition on straight to the ballot. And then you, the voter, the taxpayer, could vote to put yourself in first place. Because currently what happens, the government goes shopping, they buy whatever they want, and then they send you the bill. Irregardless of whether you can pay or not, has nothing to do with it. And so we only have one solution, only one. And there's only one way to put the taxpayer in first place, and that's allow them to pay the taxes they can afford to pay. So I'm going to draft an amendment. I hope I get it done to front load 1107 money, tax credit money, so you don't have to file your taxes to get it, and put the caps in place. And we'll go home because this bill, a 2% reduction at best, 2%. Let me talk about that a second. It has been advertised and has been said that unless we get a 40% reduction in property tax, we're going to be here till Christmas. I've heard that. You heard it. That was incorrectly stated because you see, we were already getting what they call a significant reduction in property tax, and that was going to be on top of that. So it was incorrectly promoted as being a 40% reduction in property tax, which was not true. So as I have stated and figured out with my little handy dandy calculator, that it's going to be a 2% reduction over current reductions. So in some cases, it very well could wind up being a decrease in the increase. Because you see, if your valuation goes up 10%,
1 minute,
then you will wind up paying more under 388. And this doesn't take into consideration, I haven't even mentioned that those exemptions that we're taking the sales tax away on, you're going to pay more sales tax. So I haven't calculated that into the formula yet. But when you add in the increase in sales tax that they're going to place on you by removing those exemptions, you very well could be, as I described, a decrease in the increase. So let's adopt 1107, front load that, and keep the caps in place, and we'll go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I have a couple of additional, I think, questions in relation to this particular floor amendment, which is substantive, serious, and significant. And I think if you look at the other measures, the other amendments that are filed on this bill, they are, from what I can glean, they seem to be very serious amendments. And you can see there's not a motion strategy happening here to structure or extend debate, but it's a major tax proposal, and there are a lot of moving parts and important ideas moving forward. So I think we're going to be here for a great deal of time working through those substantive amendments regardless. But specifically, when it comes to this advertising tax, I want to lift up a few additional concerns. One of our kind of overarching themes in our approach to our tax policy generally is that we're not going to tax business input. So that's why you've seen such a voracious fight against taxing legal services, against taxing accounting services, ag machinery, manufacturing components, et cetera. So that's kind of a long-running theme in our approach to tax policy, where we recognize that we don't want to tax business inputs because of the economic impacts that tax brings with it. However, marketing and advertising are absolutely kind of core functions of a lot of business, their ability to grow their audience, their ability to grow their customer base, their ability to market their products, their ability to advertise for open positions, or any number of different things that they're doing in the public sphere in regards to advertising and marketing. So that's another kind of piece beyond the legalities, which I think we all recognize that are there, that just from a policy perspective, I'm hoping to get a better understanding of why we want to tax these business inputs but not others, because I don't think that's clear. The other thing that I want to just kind of note, and Senator Slama and others have talked about this as well, is that it seems to be more than an open secret. It seems to be reported in news stories, definitely has been talked about a lot in our private conversations. Senator Erdman alluded to it as well, but that somehow or another we're coming back for a special session. And we're going to continue the work, and we're going to have to cut more, and we're going to have to do more. Okay, well, as I've said many times, I'm not afraid of a special session. That's fine for me. I'm happy to come back, roll up my sleeves, and do the work. And actually, I think that would be a more thoughtful approach than rushing forward at this late stage. I think we should start from scratch. I think we should put all the options on the table. We should allow ourselves the opportunity to build a broader coalition. We should have a clearer analysis about the equitable nature of these tax proposals, whether or not they're sustainable, whether or not they're affordable. We should have an opportunity to run numbers in real time with experts about what this means for the average family or the average business. I know folks are trying really hard and in good faith to provide some of those general estimates. Thank you, Mr. President. But there's so many moving parts. It's very challenging for us to assess whether or not this will be a net positive for folks in our districts or in our states. I'm still, thank you, Mr. President, deeply concerned even with the additions of an EITC, but removing, for example, the sales tax increases writ large, which I was deeply concerned about. I think we are headed in the right direction here, but I'm still hearing a lot of analysis that by moving forward with LB 388, it would be one of the largest tax increases in Nebraska history. And if that's true, we need to know that. And if that's true, we need to make sure that that commitment to that course of action is coming with the desired effects of providing real, lasting, sustainable, affordable, and equity property tax relief for Nebraskans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Dover, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. I just want to speak to this. I'm a little concerned that sometimes we're talking about taxing an entity or a business, and when you're taxing the business, that business, unless I can say it's probably farming, is going to be able to pass that tax down. So I just say that anytime we're thinking that Facebook or a large corporation is going to be actually paying that tax, I think we're just fooling ourselves. All the people are going to use it. I'm also concerned if newspapers and radio stations, and especially newspapers that need to be protected in our state, because we're losing newspapers that would perhaps might employ Facebook, it's going to actually add a tax of 5.5%. I think that's just, I guess, just not a good idea. I yield the rest of my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dover. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just double checked with Senator Slama. Only Maryland does this. Only Maryland also does this. It doesn't work for Nebraska. You know how this is going to hurt small businesses in Nebraska in small towns? It's really going to hurt your small towns. If I lived in a town in rural Nebraska of a couple hundred people, and you know what I would do is I would own a store, because that's the only thing I know how to do. That's my job. I'm a shop lady. I own stores. I start stores and I sell things to people. In order for that store to be successful in my small town, I would probably have to have an online component to that. And that's something that I would use to grow my business. I would use it to grow the business so that I could do local pickups for local customers who wanted to buy online, but come pick it up in the store. I would use it to have delivery for people who bought locally and needed someone to come bring it to them, especially in these communities where we don't have DoorDash and GoPuff and things like that. I would also, of course, use the online business to reach customers in Omaha or Denver or Los Angeles or Beijing or wherever around the world, so that my small business in my small town in Nebraska could thrive. And if I live in a town of 200 people, I don't have to just depend on the income of those 200 people to keep my business alive. When I was growing up in Blair, Nebraska, the population was about 5,000 people. And now it's about 10,000. It's much more of almost a suburb of Omaha. It's not the small insulated town that it was when I was growing up. When I grew up in that town, we had a vibrant arts community. We had a community theater, which is how my parents met each other, in theater. We had stores on our main street. We had stationery shop and several clothing stores and little specialty gift shops and a thrift store and several hardware stores, more than one, all locally owned, no chains. And that's what a lot of your communities are like today. Blair is not like that anymore. Blair lost their college, Dana College, that's no longer there. They gained a Walmart, and they lost their Main Street business. Bills like, with the provisions contained in LB 388 to tax on digital advertising for small businesses is one of the factors that puts your main streets in small town Nebraska out of business. When someone's starting a shop in a small town that's trying to contribute to their local economy, trying to stay in business as an entrepreneur, which is what we're trying to encourage here in Nebraska, doing something they love and are passionate about, like me, like the women at E-Creamery, like thousands of other Nebraskans, and then we tax on what they have to do to grow their business. This is not friendly to business. This is not friendly to small towns in Nebraska. And when I look at the populations leaving these towns in Nebraska, LB 388 isn't going to help that at all. I think that you need to be a green vote on FA 444 so we can get this digital advertising provision out of this bill. Once again, only Maryland is the other state that has a policy like this. It's not right for Nebraska because our small towns, our small businesses do not need to be taxed more on advertising that they need to grow, especially when our state has limited population. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third opportunity on the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, almost good evening, colleagues. I again want to reiterate my support for Senator Slama's floor amendment here, and I want to reaffirm some of the concerns that I have from a legal perspective, policy perspective, and practical perspective. One thing that struck me listening to the senators who have had an opportunity to weigh in on this discrete measure thus far is that I'm looking at Senator Dover, my friend Senator Slama, my friend Senator Erdman, my friend Senator Hunt. Of course, Senator Dover's my friend. I didn't mean to leave that off in the laundry list recitation, but you know, we don't see eye to eye on a lot of different issues that come before the Nebraska Legislature, and that's actually good, I think, to have different perspectives as we approach issues and challenges in Nebraska. But when you start to see that alignment across the state and across the political spectrum that's coming together with skepticism about some of these proposals and uneasiness about raising taxes to cut taxes, that tells you a lot about what you need to know in terms of why so many stakeholders and why so many citizens are equally skeptical and nervous and anxious about this tax proposal. We haven't had a chance to run the numbers to see if it's going to be a net positive or negative for most people. There's a lot of moving parts up here. We pretty much have established that there's significant legal concerns with one of the anchor components in the terms of the revenue generators on the ad services. And we're unclear what that even means in terms of actual property tax relief moving forward, which Senator Erdman had lifted up. So if there's going to be a special session, regardless, why are we rushing forward now? If there's going to be a special session, let's take these ideas, let's take other ideas, we can broaden the call as we see fit, and we can find a way forward that doesn't lift this type of controversy in regards to certain aspects of tax increases and revenue generators that are inherent in this proposal. I think many of them, the ad tax in particular, raises significant legal concerns. I think the other taxes that are proposed in here really hit low-income Nebraskans the hardest. And I think it makes us perhaps feel good to wage judgment on their life choices. But you know what? Sometimes folks want to grab a candy for their kid, or sometimes they want to grab a soda after work, or a pop, or whatever it might be. And there's these small creature comforts that people are able to have in their lives. And I don't think you're going to see the sort of change in behavior that some people are talking about in this regard. I think folks who are already on a tight income are just going to have less money available. And all of you, most of you have lived in Nebraska your whole life. I personally am not a big pop drinker. I wish my kids ate less candy, but Nebraskans like their pop. They actually do. And they don't understand why we're taxing their pets, why we're taxing their pop, why we're taxing some of their creature comforts in order to fund somebody else's property tax relief. They don't understand it. And those are fair questions. So if we all want to hit the same goal of providing sustainable, equitable, affordable, and yes, Governor, transformational property tax relief, let's get after it. But it's not in 388. And the way that we're paying for this, it may be good politics to get enough of the right votes on the board, but it's bad policy, and it's bad for Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Slama, you're recognized to close.
Call the House.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
11 ayes, 1 nay to place House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Slama, you're recognized to continue your close.
Thank you very much. I did a call to the House before we took a vote on this because this is the most important vote we will be taking on 388 short of its advancement. And that's because we are talking about removing an unconstitutional tax on digital advertising. And I want to make sure that everybody knows what they're voting on before they do it. So my FA, which I would encourage everybody to vote green on, removes a section of the bill that creates a digital advertising tax similar only in the United States to Maryland. The problem with this framework is that Maryland, in the 3 years since it's passed its digital advertising tax, which again is as similar as you can get to Nebraska's, the only real difference is, in a few other ways, the major difference is Maryland's threshold is $100 million, whereas Nebraskans is $1 billion. So it runs into the same issues that Maryland has in that it is a discriminatory tax targeted towards, as you would say, the big guys. Now we can sit here and go and talk about the moral high ground of wanting to tax Amazon or Facebook, but the problem is you can't do that. It's unconstitutional, and because of Nebraska's balanced budget requirement, as soon as the lawsuit we all know is going to happen on this part of the bill is filed and an injunction is leveled against the collection of this tax, we will be back here for a special session trying to make up this revenue. And that's not just a pie in the sky, empty threat. Talk to any lawyer on this floor who's done any kind of work on this, and they will tell you the same thing. It's whether or not people are just willing to deal with that and risk it. Maryland, in its 3 years, has faced over 20 lawsuits about their digital advertising tax, and they're having to repay their $100 million in collected revenue on this tax plus interest. So I don't think we're going to collect $1 of this tax before an injunction's filed, but if we do, odds are we're going to be stuck paying it back with interest. This tax unconstitutionally discriminates against interstate commerce. It's a violation of the First Amendment. It's an unconstitutional violation of the Equal Protection Clause. And I'm not going to filibuster this bill. After this, I'm done. Like, I'm not going to bring a thing to cut out pop and candy or vet services. I don't want this to go 4 hours. What I want is a vote up here that is this body specifically taking a vote and building a record on approving a tax that is very clearly unconstitutional and will be the thing, among every other thing we have, that brings us back for a special session. So I would encourage a green vote on removing the digital advertising tax from this bill. I know it creates a challenge in terms of numbers, but if you're not going to collect $1 of this tax anyway, that number in the fiscal note really doesn't matter. So please vote green. Responsible policy making. Thank you, Mr. President. Maryland's already learned this lesson in the most expensive, drawn-out way. Let's not make that same mistake in Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. All unexcused members are now present. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 444. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted who wishes to? Record, Mr. Clerk.
18 ayes, 18 nays to adopt the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment fails. Mr. Clerk. And I raise the call.
Mr. President, Senator Hughes would move to amend with FA 445.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to share with my colleagues why they should support my floor amendment 445. The summary sheet shared last night by the PRO on, at the time it was AM 3419, we've now got a new amendment, AM 3468, shows that the latest tax package will increase the excise tax for vape products to 20%, and that's 20% of wholesale. At the time, AM 3419, which is now 3468, takes our current excise tax and doubles it. 10 cents per milliliter for the they called closed products, less than 3 milliliter, and 20% wholesale on the over 3 milliliter products. This is what the amendment that was placed on LB 388 on general file did. And we worked to get that changed before it was considered here on select file. So what was intended to happen did not, and this floor amendment 445 does. To give a better understanding what we're talking about, a wholesale tax across the board, I'll go into a little bit of history. Last year in this body, we instituted for the first time an excise tax on vaping products. All other nicotine products had an excise tax and vape did not. We passed LB 584, and at the time we put together a bifurcated tax system where vaping products with less than 3 milliliters of vape were taxed at 5 cents a milliliter, and products larger than 3 milliliter or open systems were taxed at 10% of the wholesale. We ended up with that bifurcated system to get LB 584 passed. The reality is that our excise tax on vaping products is far lower than most other states. The majority of states tax all vaping products at a wholesale level. 20 out of the 30 states that have an excise tax do it this way. Looking at those 20 states that tax vape at wholesale, the average percent vaping tax is a 42.59% on wholesale tax. Taking out the 2 states with the highest percentage of wholesale excise tax, Minnesota's at 95 and Vermont at 92. The other 18 states that do this still have an average of 36%. The 20% I'm bringing in this amendment is well below average, and it is reasonable. That is the basis and how we developed LB 1299 was a 20% of wholesale price excise tax. If you need to reference on taxing vaping products at a 20% wholesale price, then let's compare this to cigarettes. A disposable vape with less than 3 milliliter products has a wholesale price of $2.07. This device has 1,000 puffs of nicotine. For comparison, a cigarette has 10 puffs per cigarette, and a pack of 20 cigarettes has 200 puffs. So this $2.07 vaping product is equivalent to 5 packs of cigarettes. Taxing this particular vaping product at 20% wholesale price yields an excise tax of 41 cents. 5 packs of cigarettes taxed at our today's 64 cents per pack, which is our current law, yields $3.20. That's almost 8 times the rate that we are taxing vaping products. If you look at what is proposed for cigarettes, which is $1 per pack in AM 3468, then 20% wholesale tax is 12 times less than the excise tax on cigarettes. So I would really appreciate you guys' support on my floor amendment to make 20% wholesale across the board, open and closed systems on vaping products. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, almost evening, colleagues. I was hoping that perhaps Senator Hughes could answer a few questions about this amendment. If Senator Hughes would please yield.
Senator Hughes, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator. Do you have a general assessment from your work or work with Fiscal about what the kind of overall fiscal implications of your amendment might be for the bill? Do you know how much it would generate generally?
Yeah, so if you look at what's in there, so if we keep it bifurcated, so 10 cents on closed and the 20% on open, it's around 3 million a year. And if we change to 20% across the board, it's closer to 20 million a year.
Okay, so your amendment would bring in about $20 million in revenue by changing our approach to how we tax vape products. Is that
yes?
Is that the Cliff Notes version?
That's the Cliff Notes version. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then the other question that I had about your proposal, and I know it's sometimes hard to do apples to apples on these things, and I do not pretend to be an expert when it comes to the vaping industry, but I do understand that this is rapidly changing, developing technology, and so sometimes it's hard to catch up the law to these different issues that are arising in society. But would your amendment basically mirror our approach to, say, the other well-known quote unquote sin taxes, things like alcohol or cigarettes? And if it doesn't follow our approach to those kinds of issues, if you could help us maybe understand why it doesn't or why it does, I think that might be instructive. I know you probably think and talk about these things a lot on general affairs, but never having the benefit to be a member of that fun and prestigious committee, I was just hoping that maybe you could help us think through some of those issues in regards to your policy proposal, please.
So what's really hard with vape is that there's different nicotine levels in different liquids. Different ones have different nicotine percents. If you'd want to be completely with parity, you would maybe try to even tax the nicotine percent instead. And when you look at just state by state, there's about, I have, if anybody wants to see it, I have the 2023 vaping tax rates by state. There's about 3 that do this bifurcated system. Some do wholesale percent plus a retail percent. Like, for example, California does 56% on wholesale plus a 12% on retail. Some do 7%. Well, this one was 7% wholesale and 5 cents per milliliter. Some do a price on a cartridge because you've got closed systems, which are like the disposable vapes. And then the open systems are what you think of, like maybe like a cigar or a pipe where you're filling it. So you have your vape pen and you're filling it with fluid. So that's what an open system is. So it's really hard to get a handle with all the different vape devices. And I would argue, honestly, that the 20% wholesale does not even truly come to parity with what we tax even today at 64 cents on cigarettes, but a little bit more is closer. Yeah, don't let the good get in the place of perfect. So we're getting closer.
No, I appreciate that, Senator Hughes. And I know you've worked on these issues since you came to the legislature and had legislation last year as well. So it's really helpful to kind of think through these different pieces. Can you help me understand, though, why the floor amendment is necessary today? Is it to plug a fiscal hole that's contained in LB 388? Is it a separate and distinct issue that we're trying to update our approach to taxing vapes, or we're trying to stop getting kids from getting vapes, or what's the policy underpinning for making the change reflected in this floor amendment?
Right. So my original bill was this year to bring it. It was LB 1299, which was a 20% across the board of wholesale, and I would argue that's just to get in line for the future. The majority of states are going to that, and so I thought, let's get ahead of
senators. Thank you, Senator Hughes and Conrad. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I listened to the conversation between Senator Conrad and Senator Hughes. I do have some questions that Senator Hughes may be able to help me clear up. Can you yield a question, Senator?
Senator Hughes, would you yield to some questions?
Yes, I would.
Senator, what is the current tax on vaping?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What is the current tax on vaping?
So today, right now, we have a 5 cents on closed, so under 3 milliliter, and a 10% wholesale on open.
Okay, so this is a significant increase. Is this, what kind of percentage of increase is this that you're asking for?
Well, so in the bill right now is double, so it would be a 10 cents on closed and a 20% on open. And I am arguing to make a 20% on wholesale across the board. So I can't say specifically what exact percent difference that is. It's a double for the on the open side.
All right, thank you. So
Okay.
we're going to increase, or I heard we're going to increase cigarettes $1 a pack in taxes. Was that correct?
That in this AM 3468, it moves our cigarettes from 64 cents a pack to $1 a pack.
So try to break that down for me. I don't know how vaping is sold, whether it's by the pack or by the stick or whatever. How much would it cost? Say equivalent to what a pack of cigarettes is, how much would this add to vaping?
So in terms of like nicotine content, a 1 milliliter vape has about the same nicotine as a pack of cigarettes.
Okay.
And so with what is here, it would be 10 cents. And right now today, we do 64 cents, but we're bumping it up to $1. So we would do 10 cents while we're taxing a pack of cigarettes at $1. And I would argue, let's do 20% wholesale, which still is not parity. It's still not near $1's worth.
Okay, all right.
Does that
I appreciate
answer your
that.
question?
I
Okay,
appreciate
thank
the
you.
answer. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Erdman and Hughes. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hoping that Senator Hughes might continue our dialogue if she'd be kind enough to yield again.
Senator Hughes, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. And I was hoping that maybe you could help me kind of forecast or look forward as well, since I know you've developed a lot of leadership and expertise around these particular issues. So thanks to your work, we kind of put into place a framework for taxing some of these issues, I think, last year. And then this is, kind of next steps in regards to that work. Is this the end, or where does it end in your mind? Is it an ever increase? Are we going to see proposals in the near future that have 100% tax, like we're seeing for CBD or other quote unquote sin taxes that are out there? I mean, what is the vision exactly?
I would say twofold division. One half of it got done already, which are our vaping regulations. With all the vape products, now Nebraska is going to be one of the first places that actually have manufacturers register their products. In fact, I was just speaking with somebody, apparently Iowa is already looking at our vape regulation. So I think that was a huge step this year. And then I think with this wholesale at 20% across the board, I think we need to get to a wholesale amount across, not have it bifurcated. I think that's getting more in line with other states. It's still such a new field.
Right.
As far as if we can get this 20% in, I don't see coming back next year to go, oh, let's go to 40% or let's go to 50%. I think we'd wait a while and kind of see where all things kind of settle out. So
okay,
if that does that make sense?
Okay. And then the last question I would have, because again, I'm just not familiar with how these products work as much, but I know that there's been a lot of commentary during the course of this session and newspapers and on the floor. And I think I mentioned before, being a former member of appropriations, when we were facing really, really hard times and we were scrambling around for revenue, we looked at things like increasing sin taxes because we thought, oh, this might be a more palatable way to balance the budget and some things like that. And, we looked really hard and we kept coming to the same conclusion that a lot of these taxes have diminishing returns. When you increase the taxes, sometimes you see a change in behavior and then you don't actually get the revenue that you were hoping for. Is that part of your analysis? Could you maybe help the body understand a little bit more about what that means in terms of behavior and then also the fiscal projections?
So the research on that type of thing is very clear with tobacco, and they know very specifically when you go up to $2 a pack or whatever, that particularly with youth, usage comes down. Unfortunately, there's no data on vape yet in regards to that, and how much of an increase can really ultimately make a difference on the backside, particularly toward youth using products like this. And I would also say, if it takes $2 a pack on a pack of cigarettes to change behavior of youth, 20% on a wholesale on vape will not change any in terms of cutting down usage, if that makes, it's not enough, significant enough, because that $2 a pack cigarette is significant. This is not to that level. But again, no facts on vape on what changes behavior yet. They just don't have the data.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Senator Hughes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Conrad and Hughes. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hughes, you're recognized to close on the floor amendment.
I would also like to do a call to the House and a roll call vote, reversed order, please. Go ahead.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? Record, Mr. Clerk.
19 ayes, 4 nays, place House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Hughes, you're authorized to continue your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So guys, that was the first time I've done a call to the House. I feel, like I'm a real senator now. Anyway, on our third to last day, yeah. So as I stated before, the 1299 was a bill I brought this year to do 20% across the board wholesale. I know just last year is the first time that we got the taxes on the books. And what we did there was a bifurcated system, which was based really off of what Kansas had done. But as more states are going to taxing vape, it's going toward a wholesale across all products, not separating open from closed. I think that puts us more in line with the future. And let's be real, the future is, it seems like, the vape products. And so I think that puts us in better standing for that. Right now, we are in this amendment, we're keeping that bifurcated system. We just did it to 10 cents on closed and 20% wholesale on open. And I would argue it would just be more equitable if it's 20% across the board within that vape industry. And it just makes sense for Nebraska and for how we handle our vaping products. So I would appreciate your yes vote on this floor amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senators Wishart, Frederickson, Vargas, Dover, Wayne, and Hunt, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Senator Wishart, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is the adoption of FA 445. There was a request for roll call vote, reverse order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Voting no. Senator Walls. Not voting. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting no. Senator Meyer. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Not voting. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Not voting. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Not voting. Senator Ibach. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Not voting. Senator Holleran. Not voting. Senator Frederickson. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Dungan. Not voting. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Decay. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Not voting. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Aguilar. Not voting. Vote is 25 ayes, 12 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment, floor amendment 445 is adopted. Mr. Clerk. And I raise the call.
Mr. President, Senator Bostar would move to amend with FA 446.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to open on your floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Clerk, just tell me which one is FA 446.
On page 7, line 11, strike the section 8 and insert news media entity means a broadcast radio or television station licensed by the Federal Communications Commission or an entity engaged primarily in the business of news gathering, reporting, or publishing articles, commentary about news, current events, culture, or other matters of public interest. The term does not include the entity that is primary and aggregator.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Withdraw 446.
So ordered.
Mr. President, Senator Day would move to amend with AM 3473.
Senator Day, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would address the issues that a couple of different counties have, specifically the county that I represent, Sarpy County, has with some of the lack of flexibility in the caps related to public safety. Many of the municipalities within Sarpy County have expressed serious concern about the revenue caps, the spending caps, and particularly for the really fast-growing municipalities within Sarpy County, the maybe unintended negative consequences of those caps would be having to cut potential services related to public safety. We're talking about fire, law enforcement, and the like. Currently, there is an exception within that cap for public safety personnel if they are understaffed. And this amendment would expand that to include the infrastructure needed to provide the services related to public safety. So The amendment would do two things. First, it would allow for costs related to public safety infrastructure outside of the caps proposed in LB 388 and AM 3468. Second, it would take the total cost for public safety officers outside the caps. The costs with regards to equipment, including vehicles, equipment, capital improvements, and technology specifically related to law enforcement, fire safety, corrections, and public safety communications, and an amount necessary to fulfill law enforcement, fire safety, corrections, and public safety communications union agreement requirements adopted prior to January 1st, 2024. This would ensure that our local communities are not placed in a difficult position with regards to budgeting for public safety infrastructure needs. We want to make sure our fire and police have the vehicles, radios, and other equipment they need. The second part of the amendment would take outside the proposed cap the amount of property taxes needed to fulfill compensation requirements for law enforcement, fire safety, corrections, and public safety communications union agreement adopted prior to January 1st, 2024. A concern has been raised that if a community in Sarpy County has to add additional personnel under an agreement that is already in effect, that it could easily exceed the 6% allowed under this act. What this amendment does is add additional flexibility to that cap and allows for them to be able to hire those additional personnel. One of the most important functions of some of the property taxes that are funneled through counties and cities is to provide public safety measures in the form of law enforcement, fire safety, and the like. And we don't just need enough to cover the cost for the personnel. The cities will need enough to cover the cost for the infrastructure, like vehicles, cruisers, any kind of improvements to buildings, any equipment, technology needs that they need to supply to law enforcement. And this would just make sure that those municipalities have enough to take care of those issues. And I would encourage your green vote on AM 3473. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Day yield a question or two.
Senator Day, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Day, so is this for the county to exceed their limit or for the city or both?
This would just essentially take the current cap that exists at 6% within the bill. This would take the property tax requests for funds to cover the infrastructure like vehicles and technology outside of the cap. Go ahead.
So you're saying that the bill is restricting those units of government to a 6% increase and you want to exceed that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And for a lot of these cities, particularly Gretna in particular, because of the rapid rate of growth of the city, there would be no way for them to keep up with the growth underneath this cap.
Okay. So do you have a limit on how much they can go over the 6%?
There is no limit that would exist under this amendment, no.
So they could go to 10 or 12 if they needed to?
They would, yes. And currently in terms of if you're looking at growth in the city of Gretna, you're looking at about 10% a year.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Erdman and Day. Excuse me, you're still on.
Thank you. Oh, still on. Okay. So I just wanted to explain a couple of more things. I mentioned this the last time I was on the mic. So I think I've also heard from other counties. I've heard both. They support, they oppose Lancaster and Douglas as well. I'm not going to speak on behalf of Lancaster or Douglas County. I do not represent either one of those counties, but from what I've heard, at least Douglas County Corrections has serious concerns about these caps. This would allow some exceptions for corrections underneath this amendment. Sarpy County is really unique in we are the fastest growing county in the state. So when we're talking about areas in the state that are creating growth and propelling the Nebraska economy forward, Sarpy County is really the center of that. And I think that it would be really bad policy to implement a restriction that would essentially not allow the local government, city and county, to keep up with the rate of growth in those cities. And additionally, I don't want my neighbors to have to worry about whether or not they're going to be able to call the fire department or the cops and have them show up at their house because essentially they're understaffed or they don't have enough cruisers or whatever. That is a very real and very serious concern of people in Sarpy County, particularly in Gretna. I know also in La Vista, Springfield. We had a letter from all of the mayors in Sarpy County essentially saying that this is a concern for everyone down there. And I think we need an amendment to at least try to create some extra cushion for those areas. Public safety is one of the most important functions of government, I believe. And I think that we wouldn't be doing our due diligence if we didn't make an effort to make sure that we are providing an adequate amount of funding to cities and counties to provide those supports for people living in Sarpy County and other counties across the state to make sure that they have adequate access to public safety measures. So again, I would encourage your green vote on AM 3473. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be very brief here. Look, we all would like to move through this agenda, and we're continuing to bring floor amendments that, frankly, folks, the Revenue Committee met. They've considered all these things. There will be a session next year. We're not looking for perfection this year. I mean, we're at the 11th hour, and we all would like to move forward and get the agenda done. So I would just urge my colleagues to stop bringing amendments and let's move on. I will just make one comment about the growth. Growth is already in 388. The league and NACO have signed off. They've signed off on this bill in terms of what's in it. Let me also tell you, if you have 10% growth, doesn't mean you grow your budget 10%. That base is already there. Your incremental growth is significantly less than that. That's how it works in economic development. Trust me, the growth has been accounted for. Please, colleagues, let's move forward with the agenda. Let's get out of here by midnight tonight. And let's recognize there could be a special session, but even if there isn't, we're back here next year. Let's move forward. Let's get this voted through. Let's move on to tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak, and this is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have officially reached the part in bill debate where somebody stands up and says, all these amendments, we can't do this. The committee made a decision and we should all just suck it up and deal with it. Unfortunately, these bills affect millions and millions of people in this state. So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to have amendments that we're going to want to bring when people come to us and say, we have really big issues with this. And listen, there could be about 1 million amendments to this bill, and there's a lot of things that I don't like about it, but this is the one that concerns me the most because we are talking about public safety. We're talking about access to fire and law enforcement for people in Sarpy County and all of the other counties. We're talking about corrections, okay? Growth is not adequately included in LB 388. You've got 3% plus growth, and in the subsequent year, the previous year's growth has to be subtracted out. So if you're starting at 100%, you grow at 10% in 2025, you get 3% plus 10%. Then you grow 10% more in 2026. You've effectively grown 20%, but you're still only at 13% of your property tax request. So you're already not meeting the funding needs for basic public safety services. This is not how we do bill debate, and this is not how we do negotiations. We don't just say, well, the committee made a decision and we're just going to shove it down your throats and that's just the way it is. No, there's some serious concerns with this bill from a lot of people, and this is one of the major ones that I think needs to be addressed. And I hope that the other Sarpy County senators would be on board with this, because every single city in this county wants this amendment. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Day, for bringing forward these amendments. I appreciate and understand my friend Senator Jacobson's frustration kind of with where we are at this stage. I think it's that stage of the session where everybody's a little bit frustrated and definitely more than a little bit tired, and trying to kind of chart a path forward together for our remaining days. And these last few days are always frenetic, are always exhausting, are always uncertain, but particularly, and through nobody's fault, but particularly when we're trying to rush through a huge change to our tax structure late in the session, it's bound to spark questions. It's bound to spark amendments. It's bound to spark debate. That to think otherwise would be a disservice to our process and the important issues that are inherent in the proposal. So just to remind folks, and my friend Senator Jacobson as well, you can see Senator Kavanaugh and others that had hostile motions up to launch or structure a filibuster. Those have been removed or are going to be removed. From what I can see on file on the bill, these are like Senator Day's amendment, like Senator Hughes's amendment, like Senator Bostar's and Linehan's amendments that are coming later, like Senator Slama's floor amendment that we took up recently. These are substantive, serious issues on a major tax proposal. So if you're not interested in the debate, that's okay. But they are substantive and serious issues here. And I want to remind my friends something about something else as well. And again, things have to fall apart a little before they come back together. That's how things work in this process. But we saw the amendment to LB 388 that detailed the revenue generators and sources and how the caps work last night at like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I think they hit our email. And again, I'm not casting dispersions on anybody, but to say, it's unfair to ask serious and substantive questions about a major proposal that we've had less than 24 hours to digest. It's absolutely fair. And if you think it's unfair, that's fine. You can call it out. You have the right to do that with your speech, but it's not going to deter myself or others from asking the hard questions and doing the work and putting in the hours. So I'm glad Senator Day brought forward this amendment, because the cap components haven't received enough discussion. We don't know what that means for growing communities. We're trying to sort out what this means in relation to other issues. We've got the inheritance tax replacement or modifications moving forward in the tax increase bill that Senator McDonald has later on the agenda. We have this tax increase bill on the agenda. I don't know how these pieces work together. I don't know what that means in terms of putting additional pressure on property taxes at the local level. I don't know what the implications for these measures are for the average business, for various communities, for the average citizen. And if everybody agrees we're coming back to special session, what the heck are we doing? We can step back from this cliff right now. We can do a more thoughtful and thorough analysis. We can build a coalition, and we can have a good result that's affordable, sustainable, and equitable that Nebraskans deserve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, as a Sarpy County senator, I most definitely support Senator Day's amendment. And I want to remind everybody that we actually talked about this very thing in the first round, about how when we set up these caps, when we set up these expectations for communities that are the fastest growing communities in the state of Nebraska, that what we ultimately do, as you heard earlier when I talked to Senator Kavanaugh, is we screw over the taxpayers, because this ultimately affects our public safety, period. You can't stand up here on the mic and tell us how much you love police, how much you love fire, how much you love public services. Do you like to have your snow removed? Do you like to have your streets repaired? Well, most people, that's exactly what they want from politics. All politics really is local. They care about things functioning in their own backyards. And so that's why this bill is problematic, because what we're doing is we are setting up expectations that are unrealistic for these fast-growing communities. And we are not providing them resources to generate income to compensate for this. We are in such a hurry to pass tax relief that we are missing a few beats here. This is going to be problematic. I talked about earlier what it has to do with our union contracts. When Bellevue, who is one of the communities I represent, Papillion being the other, our union contracts have 4% and 5% raises in them for the next 3 years. If we run at 7% inflation, that's problematic, because we know that our cops right now are making $20,000 less than what Omaha pays. And so not only is this going to be a public safety issue, but it's going to be a matter of manning our fully manned police force right now. You know, we're really lucky in Bellevue. We have the best of the best when it comes to law enforcement. I am always so proud of our cops and fire and our techs, our EMS. But I hate that some people are considering not voting for this amendment, because it is going to affect Sarpy County, it's going to affect Bellevue, it's going to affect Papillion, it's going to affect Gretna. I know there's more towns than Sarpy County besides that, but that's the big three. So I really hope you consider today, especially the Sarpy County senators, why we need to support Senator Day's amendment. I mean, quite frankly, Senator Day, I would have included COLAs too, because I think that that's important. But I know that we have been negotiating in the last few days, and we're trying not to filibuster, and we're trying to be good stewards and be good neighbors. But Sarpy County can't have this. And I'm guessing there's probably some Omaha senators that are concerned too, but no offense, I got to fight for Sarpy County right now. So with that, if I did have any time, I would yield it to Senator Day. Day, I didn't mean to say today, I just kind of stuttered.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Day, you have 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Blood. I also want to mention too that we got this amendment last night at about 10 p.m. So, I mean, it was 63 pages long, and we got it at 10 p.m. last night. So, this is an issue that I've been talking about since LB 388 was on general file, and it wasn't resolved in any of the negotiations. It's been said that the counties support 388, and I have heard the exact opposite, particularly from my own county. So I'm doing my job as a Sarpy County senator who represents these people and wanting to make sure that the people that I represent are well taken care of.
1 minute.
And that's what I'm attempting to do here with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So here's the situation. I was told about 2 hours ago there wasn't going to be a filibuster on this bill. And I get it. Nobody's done filibuster amendments, but when people get up and talk 3 times on every amendment, it looks a lot like a filibuster. And I've heard that, you know, we shouldn't speed along, we shouldn't do things quick, and we should really study this. I'd like to tell you the Revenue Committee has worked pretty hard the last 58 days. And I take offense to people getting up and saying we're doing things in a scatter-matter way and we don't know what we're doing. And I'm especially frustrated when people keep getting up, and not just Senator Day, but others, and saying we can't live with 3%. It's not 3%. And we've already had this discussion on this bill in general. It is 3% plus growth. So if you are Sarpy County and you are the fastest growing county in the state, what? I think they grew at 8% last year. Senator Day, will you yield for a question?
Senator Day, would you yield?
Yes,
Do you know what Sarpy County's growth rate was last year?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Would you say 8% is too high?
I'm not sure in terms of the county itself. I know Gretna was around 10%.
10%. Okay. Well, I could be 12%, it could be 8%. I'm not sure what it is, but it's plus growth.
Yes, but you also have to subtract the previous year's growth. So you're not keeping up with growth overall.
No, that is not true. You have been, there's misunderstandings, and I get this. This is complicated.
It is complicated, but I can also read the bill, and that's what the bill says.
The bill, you are reading the part that they can go over the 3%. They can go over the 3%, but the bottom line is 3% plus growth. I'm very familiar with this because we had to do that for Elkhorn Public Schools. We have to do it for Bennington Public Schools. We have to do it for Sarpy. We have to do it for parts of the community that are growing. So there is the lid is 3% plus growth. Now you go to the schools, we give them an ability to go up to 7%, but if they don't use it, if they're just banking it, then they can't carry it forward. If they use it, they can carry it forward. What that means is you can't sit there, the county board, the school board, and say, well, we don't really need this money, but we won't be able to take it next year, so we're going to raise our authority, even though we don't need the money. And you do that year after year, and in 10 years, we'll be back here with a bigger problem. And as far as these agreements, the governor's people and I have been in multiple meetings along with the revenue committee, and we had hearings on all this. And NACO and the league has spent hours going back to the last fall when they were in with the governors. They were at the roundtables. All this was talked about. So the basics here, if we're filibustering the bill, then let's be honest, that's what we're doing.
I'm not filibustering.
And if we're going to talk about the 3% cap, don't forget the growth part. And it'd be good if you know what that means if you're trying to argue that it's not enough. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, there is nothing stopping the speaker from rearranging this agenda if we start going, or we could file a motion to rearrange this agenda. Here's where I'm concerned about. I know it's easy to get up and say we haven't read it or 63. I was in court all morning. I read the amendment. There's nothing new. It's different amounts. We're talking different amounts. So I don't want to get blindsided and say that we haven't done to the public that we haven't done our due diligence. We've been talking about the same concept now for a month and a half. And I believe Senator Erdman's been talking about his solution for 3 years. Like, there's nothing new. We're talking about structural, same, different amounts. What may or may not work. There's not a real new concept except for a negotiated agreement around earned income tax credits. So here's my real issue of kind of where it's going on. There was just a floor amendment that kind of makes me not want to be supportive of this bill anymore. I'm already struggling with the hemp tax, and now we just quadrupled a vape tax. I'm not in favor of raising sales tax on anything. And now I'm struggling whether I'm going to support this bill. You are voting for something that we're going to keep changing on the floor. I literally just pulled a cigar tax that would be a reduction because I'm trying to honor all the agreements on a previous bill, and we're continuing to drop floor amendments. I understand that game because this is where I'm more successful on the floor than I ever am in any committee. So I understand all about floor amendments. But if we keep playing these extra games, we're going to run out of time. And I'm not even worried about everything, but Senator McDonald has been working on a bill that I was opposed to. We came to an agreement, and it's good for Senator McKinney's district. It's good for affordable housing across the entire state, and it's good for counties. I think everybody wants to get to that. I personally have a bill that deals with survivors recovering dollars and having the ability to make themselves as whole as they can. I would like to get to that. So I don't mind real conversations. I don't mind floor amendments, but I just want to stay productive. And if we can't honor agreements, I'm going to say I'm glad it's my last year, because that's how you get to compromise and that's how you get to move forward. There's always going to be disagreements, and there's going to be things that we just fundamentally disagree on. I fundamentally disagree on raising excise tax. So now I have to go down and do some soul searching for myself for whether I'm going to continue to support this bill. I get that. That's me. But the more we keep throwing more wrinkles in, the harder the overall agreement stays together. I know I was approached by both sides and said, here's the agreement. I wasn't involved in the negotiations because, quite frankly, I've been working on everybody else's bill but mine. So either we're going to honor it or we're not. I don't see anything really new in this amendment. So either we're going to talk about the numbers and say what it should be or not be and vote it up or down. I get that. But I don't want the public to think that there's a whole new foreign concept that is being thrown to this floor last minute, because I don't think it is, in my opinion. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Erdman to talk about epic tax.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Erdman, you have 57 seconds.
Oh, thank you. 57 seconds. Appreciate that. Senator Wayne makes some sense there. And I have an amendment being drawn up, and I will drop that if I get a chance. What it does, it's going to keep the caps in place, the spending caps, front load 1107, and we go home. That's it. Because this bill doesn't do anything to relieve property tax at all, but it's having a lot of pushback on these other issues. So I'm going to offer a solution that's really a solution, and we can go home and move on to the other bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends, all at this time, I do support Senator Day's amendment. And I ask that Senator Linehan please yield to some really easy questions.
Senator Linehan, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
Senator Linehan, I'm trying to read through all the amendments and the bills, and I'm hoping that you can just clarify something for me real quick. So we talked about the 3% lid. Is the 6% line item, if political subdivisions are understaffed, is that still in the bill?
Yes.
Okay. But that's only if they're understaffed, right?
Everybody's understaffed.
I think Bellevue's not right now, but.
Well, according to what the Revenue Committee was told, and this was brought by Senator Bostar, and we are short on, this is for police, firemen, correction officials.
Right.
There is not an entity in Nebraska that I believe is fully staffed.
I'm not questioning that. And I also just want to let you know that SARPI's growth was 1.38%.
I don't know why, but I'm having a hard time.
SARPI's growth was 1.38% last year.
1.38%? The whole count?
Yeah. Now, if I broke down the counties, the cities, it'd be different.
Growth of what? Growth of houses?
Population.
I mean, I drive through Sarpy County every day. I mean, hard to
No,
believe.
population.
Oh, growth is new buildings, new retail, new gas station.
Fair.
I mean, I think there's 4 banks on the corner of 204th and Cornhusker Highway, of which 3 weren't there a year ago.
There's banks everywhere. I didn't say it to argue about it. I just want to say that growth-wise, I look at population as 1.38%. I can get to the other number probably in about 30 seconds as well, but I really was looking for clarification on that because I'm having trouble going through all the amendments, and that really was the only purpose of my question.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. With that, I would yield back anything else to the speaker.
Thank you, Senators Linehan and Blood. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Day, you're recognized to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm doing my job here. When I have people that I represent that come to me and tell me that this bill is unacceptable and is not going to work and is going to hamper the growth of the cities that we represent, I'm going to do something about it. And having people come up to me and attempt to insult my intelligence as if I don't know what I'm talking about is ridiculous. Maybe it makes you feel better if you can justify it to yourself that you're not doing your job when people come to you and tell you that they don't like this bill. That's not my problem. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, because I do. I brought this amendment because it was brought to me by Sarpy County. I talked to the mayors of both La Vista and Gretna this morning and last night. I know what I'm talking about. They don't like it. And yes, maybe growth is included in the bill. If I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong. And you don't have to subtract it out. I'm going to go look at it again. But the main issue that this amendment is attempting to address is the cap on public safety. It's capped at 6% for personnel only. It does not include infrastructure. So great, we could hire 10 new police officers, but we can't give them cruisers to drive in? Don't come and tell me I don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I'm doing my job because some of you won't do it. I don't think the amendment's going to go anywhere because it seems like everybody's mad about it. I promise Senator Linehan, I'm not trying to filibuster the bill. This is a legitimate substantive amendment that I brought on behalf of the county that I represent. And I hope that the other senators who represent Sarpy County will vote at least along with me for the amendment. I would encourage your green vote on AM 3473. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3473. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
10 ayes, 20 nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment fails. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Conrad would move to amend with FA 447.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. So this is a really interesting amendment that I've had the opportunity to work together with the, wait for it, County Attorneys Association and the Criminal Defense and Public Defenders Association. So in reviewing the amendment that was put forth last night, there were some important adjustments and accommodations made in regards to advancing our shared public safety goals. And there were specific provisions for first responders and correctional officials and things of that nature in response to some of the issues that the local government had brought up. And it was something that came to our attention in recognizing that county attorneys and public defenders, who are typically considered to be a part of that public safety contingent at the local level, were, I think, perhaps excluded from that laundry list that was provided accommodation. So I had the chance to work with the county attorneys and other local government entities and the Criminal Defense Attorneys Association, which represents a lot of public defenders. And we were able to find consensus and agreement, and that is what is before you in Floor Amendment 447. It would provide, I think, some clarity and also some uniformity in terms of the policy goals to provide some flexibility and accommodation for local governments to address public safety needs. And when we have understaffing in these key positions, it impacts our shared commitment to ensuring our communities are safe. And I think that this is a thoughtful, no-cost amendment that is before you. You should have in your inboxes an email from the County Attorneys Association, which I really appreciate, urging your support for the measure, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of FA 447. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
23 ayes, 2 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Wishart, Armendariz, Walls, Bostar, and please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Senators Armendariz and Walls, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Senator Conrad, the vote was open. Will you accept call-ins? Mr. Clerk.
Senator Slama voting no. Senator Armendariz voting no. Senator McKinney voting yes. Senator Hardin voting no. Senator Ballard voting yes. Senator DeBoer voting yes. Senator Wisher voting yes. Senator Walls voting yes. Senator Mosier voting no.
Record, Mr. Clerk.
15 ayes, 20 nays on the adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment fails. Mr. Clerk. I raise the call.
Mr. President, Senator Erdman would move to amend with AM 3475.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. So here is the answer, colleagues. What this amendment does, as you'll see, it strikes some of the sections. Let me get the amendment. It strikes the sections that deal with everything except for the caps. Suspending caps will be staying in place and front loading 1107. Everything else, including all of those amendments we may have adopted to this point on 388, and all of the tax credits, all of those things that we have been discussing for hours, goes away. The biggest issue we have in the urban sector is people aren't filing their income tax credits for the property tax that goes to their schools. It's not so prevalent in the rural districts because they understand how to file those credits. So what this does, it eliminates all of the arguments that we've had about whatever it is we're going to do. This 388 gives us very little, if any, property tax relief anyway, above what we're getting with 1107. So as I mentioned earlier in my comments, that on the proposed proposal of the property they gave me for my district, we saved $107 or 2%. That did not take into consideration the increase in sales tax that those people will have to pay because of the sales tax exemptions that are included in 388. It has been advertised and spoken of numerous times this evening, about a special session. And I believe some have commented, let's build a coalition. Let's move forward with trying to make a real significant change and fix our system. Now, I will contend, as I have in the past, and I'll continue to do that there's only one solution. There's only one solution to fixing our broken tax system, only one. And that has to be a solution to put the taxpayer in first place, that they decide how much tax they're going to pay when they want to pay them, when they can afford to pay them. That is the epic option. We have a distribution model set up in LB 79. We amended it by 314. Never had any discussion with anybody in this room of significance that wanted to talk about or to explain to me why they didn't like it and what we needed to change. We have a special session. We're going to have a real conversation about what kind of change needs to happen. I came here 8 years ago, 597 days ago, session-wise, to make a difference and fix our tax system. I'm not giving up. The Revenue Committee worked hard on this bill. I have said this before, I'm going to say it again. Everyone that was on the governor's committee to fix this or bring this forward knew we were going to have a session in January. They knew that. To work on that all fall and not have a bill ready when we arrive in January is on them, not on us. To bring this bill to the floor of the legislature on day 51 in a 60-day session, it's very difficult for me to understand how you expect to get that to the finish line. You bring the bill on school funding on day 53 out of 60. And then we run against the time clock and we get to the end and everybody's rushing around trying to do something. This bill and the education bill should have been to the floor no later than the 40th day. So they have come to me and they've said, hey, you need to get on board with 388. You need to get on board with the school funding thing. When in fact, for 3 years, I've been trying to share with people what the real solution is and no response. I voted for 388 last week And had I not voted for 388, we wouldn't even be talking about this, or the education bill would have never seen the light of day. I did that so we could have a fair, upright, and forthright discussion about what the solution is, and we haven't had that. So this is a chance for us in this body to vote on this, move on to other things, vote for the amendment. It keeps all the caps in place. The spending caps will remain as they are in the bill. It will front load 1107, which is the only value in this bill at all, and we'll move on. So vote green on 3475. Let's make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm inclined to support Senator Erdman's amendment, and I know that he was waiting for it to come down from bill drafters, so I'm glad that we've had the benefit of deliberation to put this amendment before us. Pretty much the whole way through the session, there was an early coalescing that has remained through today that people generally wanted to take care of the quote unquote front loading with the 1107 credits to help make sure that that property tax relief that was visioned in prior sessions was actually getting out to Nebraskans as intended, because far too many Nebraskans were leaving it on the table. And so that seemed to be a point that there was a lot of agreement around. It was reasonable in terms of overall price tag, and there was a certain equity to that component as well, because a lot of the folks who didn't know about it maybe don't have the benefit of having a full-time accountant or a tax preparer to help them learn about those benefits. I know that it came up quite a few times when I was knocking doors in my district, and I would literally hand out information, not providing tax or legal advice to the citizens, but just general information from the Department of Revenue about that, and a lot of residents didn't know about it. So Senator Erdman has identified a point of consensus that's emerged from the body that is affordable, that there's a certain equity to, and that helps us to make progress on our shared goals of addressing property tax relief or a decrease in the increase, or however you want to go about conceptualizing it. And this amendment doesn't actually raise taxes to do so, right? I think that's a point that I'm hoping that perhaps Senator Erdman might yield to a question.
Senator Erdman, would you yield to a question?
I'd be glad to.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. This is kind of fun. We don't get a chance to work together all that often on things, but I'm glad that we have an opportunity when we do. Does your amendment increase taxes in order to take care of the front loading?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that you would probably be inclined to vote for a tax increase, but I wanted to make that clear to everybody. And I'm also glad, Senator Erdman, that you talked a little bit about how the negotiations progressed from general to select file, you casting the deciding vote to move LB 388 forward. Were you part of the negotiations that brought together the package that's contained in the other amendments on the board? Or what's your thinking in regards to some of those revenue generators or tax increases there?
I was not directly involved. I had shared with the governor and his staff and others that I thought you needed to broaden the base. You have to broaden the sales tax base, and you have to make sure the rate is at least what it is today or lower to make it palatable. And the broadening the base, as to what we've done so far, is insignificant. And so if you really want to make a difference, you have to really broaden the base. And as I said on the floor of the legislature, I'll say again, when Art Laffer was in my office, he explained how taxes work. And he says, you broaden the base, lower the rate, you get more taxes. And that was my intention. As far as a negotiation to get this far, I had very little to do with it.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you, Senator Erdman. And in your mind, if we move forward with your amendment, it
1 minute.
addresses, thank you, Mr. President, it addresses the front loading. It does so in a way without increasing taxes. And then it sets us up for a constructive conversation and a grand bargain and a larger coalition in special session, which it seems we all are in agreement that we're headed to this summer. Is that kind of what you're thinking, that this is the first step and then we'll continue to work on it together over the interim or in a special session?
That appears to be the case, Senator Conrad. I'm not one to say we're going to have a special session or not, but it looks to me like what we've done here would sure require one.
Very good. Thank you so much, Senator Erdman. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Conrad and Erdman. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this amendment that I brought, this is not frivolous, okay? I didn't do this to waste time. I didn't do this to just have something to say or do. I'm serious about this amendment. I'm going to take a vote on this because when we vote on whatever we vote on here, if we vote on 388 and you go home, session's over, and those who get their property tax relief and they find out it's 2% or less, and then they have to pay more sales tax, they're going to ask you, what did you do? And you're going to say, we give extraordinary property tax relief. We give you 2%. I appreciate the fact that this bill does absolutely squat because it does promote the epic consumption tax, which is the answer. And more people are beginning to understand that putting a Band-Aid on amputation, which we've done for the last 57 years, hasn't worked. And you and I and everyone else all knows that the definition of doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results is, we all know what that is. That's what we've been doing. The unicameral, well, let me say the legislature from 1867 to 1971 met every other year. Now we meet every year. So people say, well, you surely can't have the state collect all the taxes because we'll never get it back. That's what we did for 100 years. So if you need to go back and read history so you understand what we used to do, what we can do again. And so we need to have a fair and straight and robust discussion about what the solution is. So if you don't like the epic consumption tax, you don't like the distribution plan, I got an idea. Why don't we get together and talk about what your issues are to see how we may make that better or make it work? Have I ever had anybody come in my office and ask that question? Only one group, ICON, Independent Cattlemen of Nebraska. They're the only ones, not Farm Bureau. Chamber of Commerce is opposed to it. So the good news is most of the people that are opposed to 388 are also opposed to EPIC. And when you ask those people, what is your solution? And their answer is, I don't have one, but I hate yours. So go big or go home. That's what I did. That's what I'm doing. That's what the consumption tax is. What this is not go big or go home. This is just go home. So vote for 3475. Make a difference. We'll move on to the other bills, do the confirmations, whatever we need to do. We'll get out here by midnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Erdman, for again bringing this forward and sharing some additional information. I guess that there's a cautionary tale here that's important for us to mark. And when high stakes votes come up and things are tight and people are really searching their head and their heart to decide how to cast their vote, and they're torn between relationships, between the policy considerations, between different perspectives they're hearing from back home, from their voters and their constituents, which of course is most important. And it can be really challenging to decide what you're going to do in those high stakes moments. And, in good faith, Senator Erdman decided to cast a vote to help this measure move forward and continue the dialogue and negotiation with the recognition and understanding that he would perhaps be a part of that. And he has provided his feedback on the negotiations moving forward. But I guess I'd ask each of you to really think and to take to heart when you're being made promises, when people are, asking for your vote, what does that really mean in terms of your influence and impact in the negotiation? What are you really getting for your constituents or for your collaboration? Because that needs to be a part of the conversation. There is a policy component, there is a political and transactional component as well. And, one thing that I think perhaps might be concerning to some members about Senator Erdman's amendment is, oh gosh, it doesn't let us get to the EITC piece, which is on the board, which is important and really helps working families. But here's my question to absolutely anybody involved in this. Most of the revenue generators and tax increases contained in LB 388 are essentially a tax on the poor. And the EITC, a modest increase there, is a little tax relief for the poor. How does it shake out for the average working person? Has anybody run the numbers on that? I'm looking at the people who negotiated the deal. What's the numbers? What's that mean for working people in our districts? Because I don't know. And I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm trying to understand when my constituents ask. And if we don't know, we shouldn't move forward. We should do the pieces that provide property tax relief, that have consensus, and that don't increase taxes, and come back to fight another day. Because you know what? We're coming back to fight another day, whether it's in the special session or next year or beyond. So each person's got to chart their own way with their vote, with their voice, with how they choose to proceed. I've been consistent from the beginning. When the governor laid out his plan and when bills were introduced, I have used my voice and I will use my vote when I can to oppose tax increases. It's not that hard. It's not that confusing. It's not like, oh, what do you mean you won't let us raise taxes without talking about it? Yeah, I'm going to talk about it. I promised my constituents I would. It's not good policy. This political dynamic is divorced from reality. And if you want to make yourself feel better that somehow you've elicited some concession to help low-income working people, show me the numbers. Show any of you that have negotiated this deal, show me the numbers. And if it works, cool. That's great. I'd be happy to know that. Our constituents would be happy to know that. If you don't have the numbers and you can't prove it up, you should vote for Senator Erdman's amendment. It's the first step towards meaningful property tax relief that's more equitable, sustainable, and affordable. It doesn't increase taxes, and we have an understanding about what that means for our constituents, for schools, for businesses, for local government. Like, I don't take it lightly. It should be interesting and powerful and like catch eyes that Senator Erdman and I are like on the same page with this. It's not just because we, wanted to throw a wrench into the session. It's because we're looking at this.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I felt like I should maybe just add some clarification here. I negotiated a deal because I had all the priority motions and 4 floor amendments that I filed to the underlying bill on select file because I blocked the committee amendment from moving from general to select. So I used my power, I used my prerogative, and I negotiated a deal, and I don't like it. I don't like this bill. I was never going to like this bill. But I did the best that I could with the tools that I had to make a bad bill better, which is what everyone for 6 years has told me that I'm supposed to do. And we're going to have a special session on taxes, and we're going to have to do more work. And if you don't like what I did, then get in the mix yourself. Get in the mix yourself. I did not stop a single one of you. No, not one of you from doing this yourselves. And no one talked to me. Senator Conrad did not talk to me. Actually, Senator Erdman did talk to me. Senator Erdman and I have been in conversation for quite some time, and we had different disagreements over the bill, and we had different agreements over the bill. I'm not going to vote for this bill. I'm not going to filibuster this bill. I made a deal to pull my stuff off. I didn't tell anyone, Senator Conrad, I didn't tell you that you didn't have to filibuster it, or that you couldn't filibuster it, or that you couldn't change it. I voted for the changes. But if anybody wants to blame anybody about what's happening with this bill today, you can blame me, and you can come talk to me. Not Senator Linehan, not Senator Dungan, not Senator Kavanaugh, not Senator Erdman. I made the deal. Me. And frankly, colleagues, I deserve to make a deal. You all don't show up for me, and then you think that I should just be kowtowing to what you want? All of your opinions need to matter. The lobby's opinions, if the lobby is unhappy with this, they can get involved and support candidates next year that they think will do a better job. But I did this, me. So we can either keep filibustering this bill or we can move it forward, whatever you like. But I am the one who made the deal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Erdman, you're recognized to close on AM 3475.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call the House while I'm finishing up here.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
22 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to continue in your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let me just be clear, because I had a question from someone about this being an amendment to put EPIC in. This is not. This is not an amendment to do anything other than this. Very simple. It freezes or it keeps in place the caps on spending that are included in 388. Those stay in place. I'm not removing those. Everything else goes away except front loading the 1107 tax credits that you get on your income tax that is 30% of your property tax. Those will be paid up front, so you don't have to file an income tax credit to get those 30% dollars. They will be automatically loaded up front, so you don't have to claim those on your income tax, which is a significant thing for people, as Senator Conrad said, who don't have an accountant that does their taxes. That's exactly what this is. Puts in place the caps that are there and front loads 1107. Nothing else. All of the rest of the things we've done today on this bill go away. Everything stays the same. The sales tax are still in place. It does not be regressive to low-income people. This is the opportunity for you to vote for something constructive today to make a difference. Thank you. Please vote green on 3475.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. All unexcused members are present. There's been a request for roll call, reverse order. The question is the adoption of AM 3475. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart, not voting. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Sanders, not voting. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Raybold, Senator Merman, Voting no, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Meyer. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Not voting, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Senator DeKay. Senator DeBoer. Not voting, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Not voting, Senator Bostar. Not voting, Senator Boston. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Not voting, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Aguilar. Vote is 18 ayes, 19 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 3475 is not adopted. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, I have nothing further at this time.
Senator Linehan, no, Senator Conrad's in the queue. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I just want to remark upon the fact that in the serious and substantive amendments that have come before the body today, filed to LB 388 thus far, you can see that there's a significant amount of conflict amongst the body in terms of the approach. There's a great deal of anxiety about increasing taxes to cut taxes. And I think that's been reflected on the amendments. I also encourage Senator Erdman to file a motion to reconsider because I think his amendment and his approach had legs. I think that it solved a lot of the issues that we're trying to work through, and it made a lot more fiscal sense and a lot more common sense. So that we should think more deeply about that. And I'm surprised more people didn't jump up, and I don't understand why. And you know, it's clear I haven't filed any motions on this. I've asked a few questions about significant changes to our tax policy. I'm not going to apologize to anybody about that. That's what I came here to do, to debate policy and to be a strong voice for working people. So I don't care what point you fall on the political spectrum or what deal you cut with who. I'm doing my job, and I'm not going to apologize for it. And I'm not going to be shamed for it, and I'm not going to lose an ounce of sleep over it. These are serious issues. This isn't a game. This impacts people. And when I was going door to door, just like all of you, it didn't matter where families fell on the political spectrum. They wanted to know why people weren't fighting for them in Lincoln. They wanted to know why the wealthy got special deals. And they wanted to know why more people weren't doing more to help everyday Nebraskans keep their head above water. 388 doesn't do that. It puts more pressure on working families than it provides relief. And if that's in fact not the case with whoever cut the deals, just show me the numbers. That's not a ridiculous request. That's what each of you should be asking before you cast your vote, so that you can explain it to your constituents, so that you have peace in your head and your heart that this was the right thing to do for the majority of constituents, not just because the governor told you, not just because your friend in the body told you, not just because a lobbyist told you. If you don't have a sense about how those numbers impact everyday Nebraskans, which is the question I've been asking all day, why are you voting for the bill? Why? I don't understand. And my constituents are asking those same questions. You haven't jumped into the queue to defend your proposals. You haven't run the numbers. You didn't engage seriously on other amendments that came before. Quote unquote, we cut a deal, let's go home. I'm tired. Quote unquote, we cut a deal, why are we still talking? Well, I didn't cut any deal and I'm not tired. So I'm going to keep asking hard questions. I'm going to continue to use my expertise, my experience, my voice, and my vote to be a strong voice for Nebraskans who don't have lobbyists, who aren't involved in the political parties, who are asking the Nebraska Legislature to exercise some common sense in their approach to these issues. And you rejected an amendment that I had on the board that had support from county attorneys and public defenders that didn't add a penny to this. I get maybe you're pissed because I've been talking all day. I understand that. But like, let's just, trot that out there. You rejected an amendment that Senator Erdman brought forward, and I'm sorry I said pissed. That's not usually how I talk. Maybe you were upset or angry. You rejected an amendment that Senator Erdman brought forward in good faith that addresses your policy goals, but doesn't bring the same sort of baggage in terms of increasing taxes that hurt the poorest the most and that are legally suspect, which is what the revenue generators in this legislation are based upon. You've acknowledged there will probably be a special session. You've acknowledged there will be more work next year. And friends, no matter what happens today or in special or next year, I'm always going to come to the table. There's always going to be an opportunity for compromise and consensus, no matter what. I'm going to continue to approach this work with love. I'm going to continue to approach each of my colleagues with love and respect.
That's your time, Senator.
But thank you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be brief. I just want to thank those who had the intestinal fortitude to vote green. 19 voted red. Thank you for having the intestinal fortitude to vote red. And 8 of you were present not voting. That was a big vote. That was a huge vote to get 18 votes, because if everyone were here, 18 from 49 is not 33. So that was huge. I'd hoped to get 10 or 12, and we got 18. So thank you again for those who understand that what we're trying to do here is not a solution. It's a Band-Aid on amputation. So I'm not going to stand in the way for what happens going forward the rest of this evening. We got a lot of things to do. But I just wanted to say thank you for those who voted either red or green to have the guts to do that. And for those of you who didn't vote, I wish you had made a decision one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, good evening, colleagues. I think as the debate continues, we should take a second hard look at the proposal Senator Erdman brought forward. That could be perhaps refiled. We could put a reconsideration on it. There's a lot of different procedural things that we can and should be thinking about. And, here's the other political reality in addition to perhaps the policy components here. And I'd ask each of you who are so eager to rush into a deal to think through this. There's generally an understanding within the body that there's 25 to pass this, but there's not 33. That's why you're offered a deal, to stop the filibuster, not because it's great policy, but it's because it's smart politics. And I get it. That's part of the process. That's okay. If I was on the other side, I'd be making the same sort of deals, right? But let's not forget the political reality about this. And the longer this debate goes on, it's actually a service to the citizens of Nebraska who are trying to digest the same information as we are in a short and compressed timetable. And they're tuning in and they're trying to figure out what their legislature is doing. And you'll see these communications in your inbox. and constituents are asking questions. Maybe your inbox looks different than mine, and if that's the case, it would be helpful to know that. But they're saying, yeah, do some smart things when it comes to property tax relief, but don't increase our taxes. Why are you increasing our taxes to accomplish that? Senator Erdman's amendment let us provide additional property tax relief in a responsible way without continuing debate, without raising taxes on other areas. I just think that this is too significant of a proposal with too many unanswered questions and too many moving parts to just rush into because we're tired or rush into because we made a deal. And if that's where your head and your heart is, that's cool. That each senator has to face the day according to their best abilities and as they see fit. That's just not where I am. And you can see on the board the conflict, the uncertainty, the division within the body on amendment after amendment after amendment here. Most of them were not slam dunks. They were pretty close. And maybe with a little bit more discussion and urging would have gone. And either A, could have blown a hole in the plan if Senator Slama's amendment would have gone because of the significant amount of revenue that we're counting on in that legally suspect component. If Senator Erdman's would have gone, it would have basically gutted and taken away the need to move forward with the tax increases otherwise. Some of the issues that Senator Day and I have brought forward in terms of how the caps work and impact our shared public safety goals are serious. Don't carry a price tag. I think that we should give ourselves the time to craft good policy. And if we don't have the time to craft good policy, we should focus on getting done what we can get done that delivers for Nebraska in a responsible way so that we can continue the conversation moving forward. That's what Senator Erdman's proposal offered us this evening. And we should figure out whether or not we should go back and revisit that. We have time. Thank you, Mr. President. We have time today. We have time remaining in the session. We can restructure the agenda or the remaining days any number of different ways to figure out how to find consensus around these issues instead of rushing forward with deals or a proposal that we acknowledge that there's a fair amount of discomfort with. So I'm happy to give voice to that. If it's a lone voice, that's okay. That doesn't bother me at all. But these are serious and important issues, and I'm not going to apologize for representing my constituents. I'm not going to apologize for being a strong voice for working families, and I'm not going to apologize for looking further into the future and asking what the impacts are for our schools, our local government, our businesses, and Nebraska citizens. Those are honest questions, and we haven't received responses on many of those questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close on AM 3468.
I appreciate the discussion. Thank you very much, and I'd appreciate a green vote on AM 3468 and a green vote on LB 388. Thank you.
Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3468. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, 6 nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3468 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh of FA 424 with a note you wish to withdraw. In that case, Mr. President, Senator Linehan, I have AM 3419 with a note that you would withdraw that.
So ordered.
Mr. President, Senator Slama would move to amend with FA 439. and with a note that she would withdraw FA 439.
So ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 388 to E&R for engrossing.
And that is a debatable motion. Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, I think we're finally moving on this bill. Obviously, you know where I stand on tax increases and on other matters. And I think this is a bill that everybody needs to vote how they feel. And I think everybody's free to do that. I think maybe there's some misconceptions about that, but I think that that's what we'll see when people vote. But I have been consistently opposed to tax increases to pay for other tax decreases. But the reason I rose to speak is I had a conversation in this whole context, and I appreciate what Senator Day had to say about Sarpy County, and I know there's a difference of opinion about specifically how these things will get implemented for the lids for these counties. And my county, Douglas County, is very concerned about how this is going to affect them. And we've had a number of conversations with both our county attorneys, our public defenders, our law enforcement, and this is a very complicated issue. And I've had conversations for talking to our friends in Douglas County, but also to our friends outside in the glass. If this is as bad for our counties, specifically the bigger, faster growing counties who actually do a lot of different things that are different than smaller counties, if this is as bad as some of them are fear it might be, we have talked about how we will work in good faith together to address those concerns and find out what is not a one-size-fits-all approach to how we administer this as opposed to our counties. So I just want to reassure our counties, Douglas and Sarpy, sorry, Lancaster, I don't think you guys expressed a desire or concern about this, to continue working in the next biennium and the one after that to make sure that these lids do not disproportionately affect those counties. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Members, the motion was already made to advance LB 388 for E&R engrossing. A machine vote was requested. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 days, 14 days, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
It is advanced. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk, items for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. New LR 485 from Senator Erdman, LR 486 from Senator Vargas, 487 Sanders, 488 Sanders, 489 Slama, 490 Kauth, 491 Clements, 492 Kauth, 493 Erdman, 494 Brewer. Those will all be read and laid over. That's all I have at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, please proceed to the next item on the agenda.
Mr. President, as it concerns the agenda, select file legislative bill 1363. First of all, Senator, I have E&R amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the E&R amendments to LB 1363 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendment is adopted.
Mr. President, I have MO 1391, 92, and 1390 from Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, all with notes that she would withdraw those three motions.
Without objection, they are withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Clements would move to amend with AM 3472.
Senator Clemens, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the documentary tax bill, and there's some adjustments being made to it. My portion was regarding inheritance tax, which I had documentary tax in my inheritance tax proposal, and Senator McDonald and I have been working together, and the amendment you'll see, previously we talked about a program called the iHub, and there's a handout just came out that shows what the proposal is in the amendment. You'll see the iHub is not listed anymore. That portion has been taken out. It had 8 cents of documentary tax for iHub that has been added to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So you'll see $1.13 for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for the new amount. It was 95 cents when we were on general file, and now it's $1.13. And if you look at the top line shows the county. County currently gets 50 cents. This would increase the county by 65 cents. And that is because we've been negotiating with NACO and with counties to offset the loss of revenue of inheritance tax reduction, the inheritance tax rate. This will bring it down just for this coming year. And you'll see at the bottom, the class 2 and 3. Class 2 is nieces and nephews. Class 3 is non-relatives. Children rate is 1%. That's not changing. And the new rates for nieces is 8%. New rate for non-relatives also 8%. So it's about close to about a 10% reduction in the overall inheritance tax revenue to the counties, and which is around $8 million. You'll see the documentary tax revenues for the county is going up more than that. So we're more than replacing the loss the counties had. The inheritance tax bill itself, I didn't have 33 votes, and we passed over it back then. I did have 28 votes, and so we had pretty good support, but the lack of NACO previously was blocking this. Now NACO and the counties are agreeable to these changes. And so I ask for your green vote on AM 3472. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Turning to the queue, Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I want to thank Senator Clements, Senator Wayne. After the discussion yesterday with a number of you, we did get together, we listened, we made some changes, as Senator Clements has already went over in his opening on the amendment. The amendment reflects that compromise and those changes. You also have a handout to look through based on the current numbers that we currently have with the documentary stamp, the differences with what we're adding to currently with the county, the Affordable Housing Trust, Site and Building Development, Homeless Shelter Assistance, Behavioral Health Service, and then the new ones, which are the Grant Services, Military Support Fund, and the Federally Qualified Health Centers, Homeless, and Public Housing. So again, you have those documents in front of you, also an explanation in writing about the document or the breakdown with the military fund, the grant office, and the federally qualified health centers. So you should have both those on your desk. Please vote green on 3472 and LB 1363. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Dover, you're recognized.
I rise in opposition to LB 1363 and AM 3472. I just want to iterate that, you know, I'm against the inheritance tax, and I would much rather vote just to get rid of the inheritance tax than to raise taxes. This is simply raising taxes. This is raising taxes, making houses less affordable. This is a large increase in the doc stamp. And I've always been in favor of, if we're going to tax something, then where that money goes should have something to do with what is being taxed. And this actually goes to a broad number of things, and it's also a replacement for a tax. So I wouldn't say we're really getting rid of inheritance tax. We're simply creating another new tax. And I think it's a new tax, at least a new source of funding in an increased tax. So again, I would simply encourage a no vote on AM 3472, LB 1368. It is a tax switch. It's a tax increase. It is making houses less affordable. And again, I'll simply say this is houses are not affordable. The reason they're not affordable because people voted for bills like this, or codes did things like this where it's not a big increase. It's just a few $100s. Those few $100s add up to tens of thousands of dollars over time. And that's why houses aren't affordable. Again, I would encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dover. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McDonald. I just want to get up and show how much I appreciate Senator McDonald, Senator Clemens, Senator Wayne, all working on this. And I wanted to focus with Senator McDonald. I got a couple of things I think we want to make clear. Would you yield to a question, Senator McDonald?
Senator McDonald, will you yield?
Yes.
So I know this is a doc stamp. I know it's touchy, but when was the last time the doc stamp was increased?
2005.
2005. And can you go through quickly, now some of the money is going to housing, did you tell me?
Yeah, so we went ahead with working with Senator Clemens, Senator Wayne, and others. Currently the affordable housing is at 95 cents, and we've now moved that up to $1.13 with this proposed amendment and LB 1363.
So, and that will be split between rural and affordable?
The new 8 cents, we want it split evenly between, rural and urban.
Okay. And then thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Clemens, could you yield for a question, please?
Senator Clemens, will you yield?
Yes.
The changes on inheritance tax, I think you were dealing with tier 2 and 3?
Yes.
So tier 2, which is nieces and nephews, right?
Right.
Where is that now?
11% of the assets.
So they have to pay 11%. And where is the I guess you call it an exemption? Like how much does my aunt or uncle have to have before I'd have to start paying that 11%?
That would be $40,000 exemption or deductible
So
per beneficiary.
Okay. So let's just say I'm the only beneficiary. My uncle, who's veteran, never married, didn't ever make a lot of money, but he's got a small house and maybe a used pickup truck. They'd still have to pay inheritance taxes, right?
Yes, 40,000 would come off the top, but then 11% of what's after that.
So even what if he had a brand new pickup truck and rented and didn't have anything else, they couldn't inherit the truck without paying inheritance taxes, right?
Right, it'd be probably worth more than 40,000 and to pay tax at 11%. This amendment will lower that to 8%.
So they're still paying taxes, but not as much.
Right.
And then the third, it's somebody you're leaving because maybe they're a neighbor that's lived down the road from you and you didn't know you're going to live to be 95 and stay at home, but you managed and your neighbor always made sure you were okay and always made sure you had groceries, took care of you, and you're going to leave money and they want to leave some of their assets, maybe 80 acres to them. What would that person have to pay in inheritance taxes?
They would have a $25,000 exemption, but then currently it's 15% of the excess.
So they have to pay 15%. What does this amendment bring it down to?
That would drop it to 8%, almost half.
So significant difference. So you work in this area, right? Banking, CPA, accounting. So you work with families that face these kinds of issues?
Yes.
So inheritance tax, I think when people hear inheritance tax, they think about wealthy people, people who have $1 million or more in assets. But you don't have to be wealthy to have your heirs pay inheritance tax, do you?
No, in the hearing, my brother actually spoke about an estate he's dealing with. A man had no children, and the niece and nephews, or two nephews, owing $40,000 on just an acreage.
Yeah. So, and a lot of times the problem with that is they will have to sell it because they can't afford to pay the taxes.
They are. It's listed for sale now.
Right. So even though The uncle thought he was leaving his nephews a place where they probably played, probably grew up. They're not going to be able to inherit it because they can't afford the taxes.
Their great-grandparents grew up there.
So it's a homestead of sort.
Yes.
That is very sad. Thank you, Senator Clements.
Thank you, Senators Linehan, McDonald, and Clements. Senator McKinney, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of AM 3472 and LB 1363. In the beginning, on general file, I admit I was hesitant to support, but I'm happy to see the amendment, primarily the changes for the federally qualified health centers. I have one in my district, and district has, the lowest life expectancy in the state, and a lot of health issues that correlate to that within my district. So to see that this is included is something that I'm happy Senator McDonald made those changes, because it's something that I was raising an eyebrow to when I looked at the original sheet he handed out, and it was 0 for FQHCs, which are federally qualified health centers. So I'm thankful, because this is great, because I think this is something that's needed because mainly why I think this is needed, and it goes back to a larger issue. It goes back to getting at the root causes of why people end up in bad situations. Part of that is health, and making sure that people have access to health care and affordable health care in their communities, no matter where you stay. And having a community that has the lowest life expectancy in the state, as the representative of that community, I would always fight for making sure those individuals and my constituents do have access to affordable health care if needed. So, Senator McDonald, I appreciate the amendment, because initially I admit I was hesitant, but with this change, I support the bill and the amendment, because healthcare is and should be a priority, not for myself, not for Senator Clements, not for Senator McDonald, but healthcare access should be a priority for this whole body. Because when we talk about how do we change this state and move it into a positive future for the better for our seniors, for our middle-aged individuals, our young professionals, our professionals, and our kids coming up, we have to make sure that access to healthcare isn't a barrier, and we can make sure people can get to the doctor, get to the clinics, and get screened or whatever they need. So I am supportive of it. I am in support of this, and I will yield the rest of my time to Senator McDonald if he wants it.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator McDonald, you're recognized. 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. In the process we go through with the bill and what we had introduced originally, and that had discussed, and the amount that we talked about for the federally qualified health centers is different than it is today. But that's part of the process, and that's part of the process that I went through with the Revenue Committee, and I appreciate the support from Senator McKinney, and echo the idea of how many people this can help, and the difference that it can make in their lives, based on not only the people that need the housing, but the current also assisting the homeless. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Vargas, you're recognized.
That's right. Thank you very much. Senator McDonald, will you yield to a few questions?
Senator McDonald, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. In this amendment, you mentioned the funding for federally qualified health centers. We have several federally qualified health centers across the state. Will you make sure to clarify the record which federally qualified health centers qualify for the funds within this increase?
So you have to look at the handout I gave everyone. If you look at subsection 330 for subsection for Public Health Services Act, it has to be the federally health qualified centers health qualified health centers that are actually serving the homeless and the residents of public housing.
Okay, so if they serve people that are homeless or residents of public housing, then they qualify for receiving these funds?
Yeah, we listed it as the Public Health Services Act, Section 330.
Okay. Do you know which FQHCs qualify?
I believe right now Charles Drew.
There are no other federally
I'm
qualified
not
health centers?
sure. I just know that Charles Drew qualifies.
So
I can't tell you that the others do or do not, but I know Charles Drew does.
Okay. And then you said in your amendment, in addition, does the housing, one, I do want to thank you for including the extra funding for housing, for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. You did mention that there was a separate 50-50 you mentioned for rural and urban. Can you talk about that part of the bill?
Yeah, it was additional 8 cents that we added. And if you look at the handout I gave you, originally we were looking at moving it up to affordable housing. Now went up 8 cents to $1.13, and we wanted to make sure that 8 cents, 4 cents rural and urban, so a total of 8 cents for a total of $1.13.
Okay, so that additional funding, how is it split in the rural and the urban?
We wanted it equally split, but not, I'm only talking about the 8 cents because originally they're currently at 95 cents. We moved them up to a total of $1.13, but the idea that the last 8 cents we were talking about today when we came up with the amendment to try to evenly split between urban and rural.
Is that in the amendment right now? Because what I'm looking at shows $1.13 for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and an increase of 18 cents, but I'm not seeing the split that you're talking about.
Yes, that's exactly what the amendment reflects where we are today, and that's where we're at.
Okay. Appreciate it answering questions.
Thank you, Senator Vargas and McDonald. Senator Clements, Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I expressed some concerns about this measure in previous rounds, and I understand some of the issues that other members were concerned about have been negotiated, and that's perhaps reflected in the amendments before you. But overall, I do have concerns related to what Senator Dover brought forward in regards to looking at this overall as a tax increase, and would ask again why we are doing this at a time of economic prosperity. It puts more pressure on housing. We know housing is an ongoing issue. I'm also understanding that there are many, many worthy projects proposed for some of the revenues generated by these fees and funds. However, there is a departure from our longstanding policy, which usually does not see a dilution of these funds away from direct housing projects. And so I'm a bit trepidatious about that shift and about any efforts to make the Affordable Housing Trust Fund or other dedicated funds kind of a slush fund for any project under the sun. I don't think that's why these funding structures were put together. And I do think that this is, albeit perhaps well-meaning, a perhaps more significant step in a direction than we may be willing to admit right now. And if the goal is to open up these funds for various and sundry purposes moving forward, that's good to know, but I just wanted to mark and to note that it is a departure from our longstanding practice for the utilization of these funds. The last question that I would pose to Senator Clements or Senator McDonald, probably Senator Clements, since it's at the heart of his inheritance tax reform provisions that are a part of this proposal. some of the most significant concerns we heard on the floor from senators across the state, across the political spectrum when we were looking at inheritance tax reform proposals was that if we eliminated or reformed the inheritance tax, what we heard loud and clear from our partners in county government who collect the inheritance tax is that it would put pressure on property taxes. It would raise property taxes. And if the whole goal of this session is to mitigate the impacts of property taxes, my question to Senator Clements, Senator McDonald, others supporting this measure, with the increase in the docs tax stamp or otherwise, the revenue generators or replacements, how does that interface with the inheritance tax reform provisions? And namely, does that necessitate against increased pressure on property taxes at the local level? If that's the stated goal for pretty much everybody in the body, I'm just trying to get a better understanding about whether or not a move forward on this measure, which increases the doc tax stamp, could be seen as a tax increase, does in fact do enough to replace the revenue on the inheritance tax reforms so that we're not increasing pressure on property taxes at the local level, which again has been a hallmark of this session. So if anybody's had a chance to run the numbers on that or give some assurances, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Clements, Senator McDonald, and Senator McKinney for working through this amendments and concerns that I had initially. For those who are wondering how the connection of FQHCs and why the special provision is it actually deals with homeless people and who are trying to get mental health, so, and not just mental health, but health. So there is a home and an affordable housing component. That the purpose of what Charles Drew does, and it's just not about Charles Drew. Let me understand. Any federally qualified health center can apply for this designation through the federal government to work with these certain populations to get them back on their feet, to help them get them jobs, and to go out and actually be able to afford housing and get things. That's why it's a special designation, but it doesn't limit anybody from being able to do that. It's just Charles Drew, in this particular case, took on that goal of making sure they could help them. And in fact, they are building multiple programs around that, their program in doing so, helping people with homelessness and reentry. In fact, they're building a $40 million facility on their campus right now to deal exactly with what this proposal is doing. So it is about ongoing funding. I appreciate taking time and stepping back on the iHub. That was something that I was adamant about, because we only have 3 right now. We are opening it up underneath 1344 to allow Western Nebraska to apply. It isn't that we didn't allow them to apply, they just didn't apply in time. So we're deleting that deadline and saying more can apply. And before we start funding them any more than we already have, they should establish themselves and then come back to the legislature to ask for dollars. So that's what was been worked out. And so my opposition is off of this bill, and I think it's time to move forward. And one of the biggest things is I've been talking to Senator Clements about this inheritance tax. And believe it or not, there's a West Wing clip on it. I'm telling you, everything we do here can come down to West Wing and Yellowstone. Those two can handle every political situation. Just watch them. And the whole episode on the inheritance tax is that there's this whole joke about the Republicans know how to name things better than Democrats, and they call the inheritance tax the death tax. So the whole episode was about the death tax. Well, they were waiting on they called it the Detroit Three, and they're African-American congressmen, and they thought for sure they were going to be with them on against getting rid of the inheritance tax, the death tax. And what they found out quickly was, back in the late 90s and early 2000s, that was the real first generation of wealth being passed along for African Americans. And the conversation around the West Wing was, Black folks don't want to pay this tax either. And that kind of took everybody by surprise in the West Wing. And I'll tell you what, seeing and working in the estate world and seeing people who only have maybe 1 or 2 properties or a property in some old Southwest Bell or Northwestern Bell, that's where my grandmother used to work, and they had some stocks and they had some money, and they're all in age now and they're passing off and they want to pass things down. The biggest complaint that we hear when I'm dealing with these estates who are what we would consider small is the inheritance tax. That this is their first time that they actually get to pass down an asset because of redlining and all the things we can go through historically that have plagued African Americans from building that home asset and building some of these assets, that they're finally getting able to pass it down to the next generation, and the government comes back in and takes more money from them. So I'm just want to give you that perspective that it isn't always just black and white, no pun intended, but at the end of the day, you're dealing with people for the first time and many first generations who are trying to figure out how to pass things down and don't have the ability to go hire multiple attorneys to put things in trust and all that thing. Because all they know is I got this asset and I got a couple things and I'm going to leave it to my kids in a will that they can go online and print out. Then they get hit with this inheritance tax. So I'm glad that we're working towards a solution that can keep counties whole and at the same time eliminate that, because it's a first, second generation issue that most of the people that I've represented and dealt with have never had to deal with it to their inside of a court. And they're like, where did this tax come from? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Walls has a guest under the north balcony. Her husband, Chris Walls. Please rise and be greeted by your Nebraska Legislature. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Clements, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Responding to Senator Conrad on the sheet with the numbers handed out, it doesn't show the dollar effect of the inheritance tax amendment, but my calculations are $8 million loss in revenue for the counties. But if you look at the across from the county line, the difference that they're increasing $11.3 million statewide in county revenues. And so the counties have agreed with me that this is replacing any revenue loss created by the inheritance tax reduction. And so I do thank Senator Conrad for pointing that out, and just want to make sure that I'd let you know that the counties are being made whole, and would appreciate your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Seeing no one else in the queue, members, the question is the adoption of AM 3472. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
26 ayes, 6 nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3472 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1363 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1363 is advanced for ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1363A, select file. There are no ENR amendments. Senator McDonald would move to amend with AM 3477.
Senator McDonald, you're recognized to open on
30, hold on, what do we got here?
on the amendment.
No. Withdraw.
Mr. President, my understanding is Senator McDonald would withdraw this amendment.
Without objection, so ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Ballard, I have nothing further on the bill. Apologies, Mr. President. My misunderstanding. Senator McDonald, my understanding is that you want to offer AM 3477, not withdraw.
Senator McDonald, you're recognized to open on AM 3477.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So during our compromise today, our negotiations and working together, this became the new A bill after Senator Clements basically became the new 1363. So please vote green on Amendment 3477. Thank you.
See no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close Senator McDonald and waives. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3477. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
27 ayes, 5 nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3477 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1363A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. LB 1363A is advanced to ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 25. Senator, first of all, I have ENR amendments.
Senator Ballard, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to LB 25 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Boston, I have MO 1286, 1285, and 1284, all with notes that you would wish to withdraw those.
Without objection, they are withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Wayne, I have FA 389 and 387, both with notes that you would withdraw those two amendments.
So ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, I have nothing further on LB 25.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 25 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you have heard the motion. We request for a machine vote. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 25 to ENR engrossing. Been a request for a machine vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, 3 nays, Mr. President, on the call of the House.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Wayne will accept call-ins. Senator Day, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Wayne has agreed to accept call-ins. Mr. Clerk.
Senator John Kavanaugh voting yes. Senator Dungan voting yes. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh voting yes. Senator Albright voting no. Senator Frederickson voting yes. Senator Jacobson voting no. Senator Meyer voting no. Senator Wisher voting yes. Senator Hunt voting yes. Mr. President, the vote is 28 ayes, 16 nays on advancement of the bill.
LB 25 is advanced to E&R engrossing. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, it's my understanding the Speaker has an announcement.
Speaker Arch, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. In an effort to help our revisers upstairs, I would like to take up LB 1317A, 126A, and 1023A. All these bills have to turn around, and I think those are ready. And so that'll just give them a head start on those if we could take those up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1317A, select file. I have no E&R amendments. Senator Linehan would move to amend with AM 3464.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you. Didn't know this was coming up. So LB 317, LB 3 contains the good things for all Nebraskans. Is that what I'm? Yeah. Yes. So I'd appreciate your green vote.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close. Waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3464. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed to vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3464 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1317A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1317A is advanced to E&R engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 126A. First of all, Senator, there are no E&R amendments. Senator Day would move to amend with Senator Day, I have AM 3275 with a note you'd withdraw. And in its place, Mr. President, Senator Day would then offer AM 3451.
Senator Day, you're recognized to open on 3451.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we spoke about earlier this morning, this is the bill that originally included the expansion for homestead exemption to partially disabled veterans. The original fiscal note on this from earlier rounds of debate on general file was about 70 million. We took all of that out, and now we are taking the fiscal note down to $317,000. So I would urge your green vote on AM 3451. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3451. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 yeas, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3451 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 126A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. LB 126A is advanced to ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 388A, select file. Mr. President, excuse me, I have an understanding the speaker would make an announcement.
Speaker Arch, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies, Mr. Clerk. This is kind of cleanup day, and I was notified that we've got a conflict in one sentence in LB 1317 with what we did yesterday in 1023. So this is not on the agenda, but we need to move this return to select, a motion return to select for a specific amendment. And I would like to take that up now so we can clean this up and again, get this back up to revisers so they can move this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding you'll take up 1317 after the two remaining A bills.
Yes, that is correct.
In that case, Mr. President, pursuant to the Speaker's agenda, Legislative Bill 1023A, select file. There are no ENR amendments. Senator Von Gillern would move to amend with AM 3276.
Senator Von Gillern, you're recognized to open.
Thank you. AM 3276 is just an adjustment to LB 1023 in the fiscal note amount. I would ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3276. All of those in favor, vote aye. All of those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 yeas, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3276 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, I have nothing. Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 1023A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. LB 1023A is advanced for ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 937A, select file. I have no ENR amendments. Senator Bostar, I've got AM 3322 with a note you'd withdraw. In which case, Mr. President, Senator Bostar would offer AM 3474.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 3474 reduces the fiscal impact of the A bill for LB 937, which we passed a little bit ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. You're recognized to close on the amendment and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3474. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 3474 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 937A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. LB 937A is advanced to ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, pursuant to the Speaker's announcement for the agenda, Senator Bostar would move to return Legislative Bill 1317 to select file for a specific amendment, that being AM 3479.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to open on your motion to return.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my apologies for the inconvenience, colleagues. As was stated by the Speaker, it's one sentence in two different bills that both advance to final that conflict. This resolves it. I appreciate the revisor's office for making us aware of this, and so I would appreciate a green vote on return to select AM 3479. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the return of AM 3479 to select, no, excuse me, the issue is the return to select file. The motion to return to select file. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 ayes, no nays on the motion to return to select file, Mr. President.
The motion is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Bostar would offer AM 3479.
Senator Bostar, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate green vote AM 3479. Thank you.
You're recognized to close. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've been out here and I've seen everything happen to a bill, but I have yet to see two bills conflict and what happens. So vote red so we can just see what happens. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Bostar, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 3479. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.